Swimmers, coaches and team managers, please note that the warm-up is now over in the main competition pool. You can continue warm-up in the indoor pool. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Day 3 of the 2024 Victorian Open Long Course Championships and our second of the World Para Series. As we've said the last few days, this is the 5th time Melbourne has been able to host the World Para Series, and those athletes have done such an incredible job over the last 2 days, competing in heats and finals. This morning's session, we have some pretty exciting races on the cards. Some challenging events, including our 1500 metre freestyle, something Australia is well known for, world-renowned, top-class endurance athletes. We've also got some more tough events on the program with the women's 200 metre butterfly, something to keep an eye on as well. Women's 200 metre freestyle, some big names having a race in that. And then, of course, we go to some sprint events like our men's 50 metre freestyle this morning. That is going to be absolutely on fire. We saw a few of our swimmers on day one complete
Good morning and welcome to session 5
seconds.
of the 2024
We look forward
Victorian.
to seeing what they can do this morning in that 50.
Your referee for the male events this morning is Alan Johnston from Queensland. And referee for female events, Michelle Gristidi from Barwon Southwest. Your starter for today's events is Adrian Maloney from Metro East. Your technical director for the Victorian Open events is Heather O'Connor, and WPS technical delegate Sheila Gunther.
Now we will be kicking off our morning with some of those World Para Series events. These are our multi-class races where athletes from all over the world are competing in a series of 9 championship events. The previous event was in Aberdeen. This one is number 2 here in Melbourne. And after this one, a lot of these athletes will be flying overseas all the way to Italy to compete in the 3rd of the Para Series. In this morning's event, we have 58, the men's 50 metre butterfly multi-class World Para Series, and event 59, the women's 50 metre butterfly multi-class World Para Series. Keep an eye on the pool for those green Australia caps. We also have 20 countries competing at these championships. So you'll notice some swimmers from the United States of America, Singapore, China, Hong Kong, Ireland, New Zealand, just to name a few. And it's going to be some really exciting racing as we do turn our attention to the far end of the pool for these 50 metre events. 50 metres is our shortest race that we compete in. It is 1 lap of this long course pool. It's the sprint event, and we're looking for this race to be completed in under 35 seconds. As the boys get on the blocks, we'll get started. And away they go. Alexander Tuckfield, the swimmer in lane 4, absolutely flying here, excuse the pun. That beautiful butterfly technique, those arms staying nice and close to the surface, not expending too much energy, getting them around to the front for a beautifully timed touch on the wall there in 24.91 seconds. For a total score of 993. Now, when we talk about these point scores, what we are doing is comparing them to that of the world record for that particular classification. So the world record sits at 1,000 points. So that score of 993 is absolutely huge, so close to that world record. And in our multi-class events, because we have multiple classifications, which you can see on our board, those letters and numbers, so S14, some S7s. That's what dictates our point score. So in your particular classification, your time in the race is compared to that of the world record. We use the FINA point system to calculate your score, and the highest score is our winner. And now the women's turn for our World Para Series. Got some incredible talent in this field. Plenty of those green Australia caps. Including a few of our Australian Paralympic team members. Now this event, the World Para Series, is how we are allocated selection spots for the Paralympics to create our team. So the better results our swimmers can achieve at these championships, the more slots we are allocated, the bigger team that we can send over to Paris for those Paralympic Games later this year. As we come into the wall there, it looks like Jasmine Greenwood will get her hands on just in front of Emily Beecroft. The placings initially aren't what counts, it's the times and those point scores. So it looks like your swimmer from Ireland, Nicole Turner, has our highest point score from the women's 50-metre butterfly. With plenty of sprint races on offer for your viewing this morning, we move along to event 60 in our program. This is the men's 50-metre butterfly multi-class for the Victorian Open Championships. So our previous two races were for the World Para Series. Athletes have international level classification and they are competing for their country. For our Victorian Open Championship, these are all our Victorian athletes. So they have state qualification. And they'll be swimming representing their individual clubs in this event. This morning we have 2 heats, and on the blocks now is heat 1. Some names to note in this particular heat. Liam England, the winner of the 100-metre breaststroke last night. He is just 5 months post-hip surgery, so we are so happy to have him back in the pool and racing. Now, that swimmer out in lane 4 leading us through with that super powerful butterfly stroke there is Nicholas Layton. Very talented young athlete. He's just hit the wall in a 25.36. He's also racing some of our able-bod events this weekend. He had qualifying times fast enough to compete in those, so he's had a big program. But that's still a fabulous swim there. 797 points for him. So he will take out heat 1. Just in front of Tim Hodge from lane 5 on 651 points. So when we come to our second heat in this event, we are trying to recall the point scores, and our top point scores are what goes through to this evening's final. We take 10 athletes, 1 for each lane of our pool, to race again, try and improve their time, get a bit of a higher score, and that's how we determine our medalists in our multi-class events. Down the pool they go. William Martin got a great underwater there. Remember, our athletes in butterfly races are able to stay under all the way through to that 15-metre mark. It's marked out by a rope above the surface and that red marking on the lane rope. Will Martin hits there 27.95. They score of 604. And that's all our swimmers onto the wall. So we look forward to watching those guys come back tonight for some speedy 50-metre butterflies. Now, definitely a bit of a change in pace for our next event of the morning. You'll notice those technical officials putting out our lap counters for event 62. This is the men's 1500 metre freestyle. This is a 30 lap race. Those lap counters down the end will count down for the swimmers so they know where they are up to. Athletes will also receive a bell when there is 2 laps to go, 100 metres left to swim. In case anyone has lost count, they'll know when to finish the race. This event is a timed final this morning, so what we do here, we take the top 10 fastest entry times and they will compete later on this evening in our final session. The next fastest athletes will go into this heat here this morning. And we've just had a little bit of a problem with our scoreboard, so we're waiting for that to swap over. It should read Heat 2, as Heat 1 will be swimming tonight. Heat 2 will race this morning. Their times are still eligible for medals and placings, so the goal is to post the fastest time they possibly can. $1,500 metre freestyle. This is the longest event on the pool swimming program. It is all about aerobic fitness. A few different strategies and ways to swim it. The simplest being what most athletes will do, particularly at a young age, and that is divided up into 3 500s, each one trying to build through and go a little bit faster. They also might set themselves, or their coaches might set them a goal or a focus for each of those 500s. So the first one might be looking for easy speed and finding a rhythm. The second one might be all about keeping that stroke rate high, which is the speed in which your arms are going around and turning over. And then the last 500 might be all about bringing in the legs, bringing in a much faster kick and trying to bring it home. One of the ways that I know I really like to get my athletes focusing on their 1500 is to break it down into 3 400s to begin with. That equals 1200 metres. 400 metres is the distance that we do race, so it's familiar for the athletes, it's easy to count. And then the last 300 metres, we set them up to do a 3 100s descend, so we can mimic that at training and really work on that ability to start producing speed and not wait till that very last 100 and realise you have too much left in the tank, which we can often see, particularly for inexperienced athletes. But these boys in Heat 2 here of the 1500 metre freestyle are certainly not inexperienced. We've got some big names. A lot of our open water swimmers are racing this event. So our open water nationals, we held them over in Busselton, the beautiful city in Western Australia, back in January. A few of these guys, definitely some names from that event. Logan Brandy over in lane 1, great open water swimmer. Connor Hayes in lane 7. Fantastic jobs from those guys. And you'll see them sitting a little bit further back in this race early on. They know that they have the legs to come through in the second half. As our leaders come down to that 200 metre mark. Something really important in this race is definitely those tumble turns at each end of the pool. few different strategies for turns when we come to events like the 1500. You really want to be conserving your energy and keeping that oxygen pumping through to your muscles, which means we are definitely not going to see athletes staying under the water quite as long as we might in those shorter races. In events up to that 200, you'll often see swimmers coming right through to that 10 metre mark, to that 12.5 metre mark. Whereas in our 1500, they're probably going to be pushing off and at least getting to the flags, but not really going too much further than that. They don't want to be using those legs for dolphin kicks numbering 7 or 8 or anything higher than that. Because we have such large muscles in our legs, we don't want to produce more lactic acid. So most of these guys, as they push off, a nice, long, powerful glide, couple of fly kicks, and then they'll be up and racing. A big goal from coaches to their swimmers is not to breathe on that very first stroke. We find that breathing straight off the wall, we're going to reduce that speed a little bit too quickly there. So they'll be attempting to keep their head down for at least one, if not two strokes off that wall. So right now we've got the swimmers in lane 0 and 2, Oliver McKenzie and Soren Wells, pretty much side by side in this race as they come into the 400 metre turn. Coming down this lap, they're breathing towards one another so they know where the other person is compared to them. And they'll just try and stick together and work off each other. Coach Juzzy on the other side of the pool just giving Oliver McKenzie a bit of a wave on, making sure he doesn't lose Soren Wells there on this particular lap. It's a lot easier to race next to someone and try and hold pace than it is to build through and try and catch up to them. If you lose that contact, that work just doubles. So 500 metres into our 1500, we're 1/3 of the way through the race. This middle part, it's very easy to switch off, fall into a bit of a slower rhythm. So you'll often see those coaches on the side of the pool utilising this 500 to keep their athletes going. Try and put the pressure on them a little bit more here. We don't want to fall into those training habits. Our leader is still Soren Wells, just ahead of Oliver McKenzie. Soren, one of our visiting athletes over here from just across the pond in New Zealand. He's had a fabulous weekend. Swam the 800 free yesterday and dropped almost 10 seconds off his personal best time. So we can expect something good from him this morning. He's now pulled away from Ollie by about 3 seconds. And working hard on this side of the pool in lane 7 is Connor Hayes. So he's starting to close that gap a little bit, push through the field, as we expect to see from those longer distance athletes each lap. They're going to be able to maintain their speed potentially a little bit better than some of the athletes who don't complete distances like that 5 and 10 kilometre. Something Soren does so well is hit that wall on the turn right in the centre of the lane. And he's not circle swimming. You'll see Ollie McKenzie right on that lane rope there. That's something that's a bit of a training habit. Often you can also get stuck on that lane rope if you are in that far lane, trying to avoid the wall. Swimmers we don't really like swimming near the wall, so they'll stay as far away from it as possible. Unfortunately, when you are that close to the lane rope, you do get a little bit of drag from that, so you're not going to have the fastest possible swim. Whereas Soren Wells right up that black line in the middle, and even on those turns, straight off the wall, rather than a lot of our swimmers will sort of initially go to that left side just because that's what we do when we swim up and down every day. In particular, these endurance and these distance guys, they'll be training upwards of 7 sessions a week. A lot of them will be sitting around 8 or 9. Sometimes when you work for an event such as the 10 kilometre, you might even complete 10 swim sessions a week. They're pulling distances of 6 kilometres a session, 7 kilometres a session. So it's very easy to fall back into those training habits. I'm really enjoying Soren Wells' tumble turns here, especially his push off the wall. Super, super tight in that streamline, making sure he gets the most out of that explosive glide. So he can be going a long distance, maintaining speed, but not overusing that energy. So he's got a lot to put into this swim. He also looks like in this 500, he's really picked up his stroke rate. So the speed of his arms is going a little bit faster here, not lapsing at all. As we've just seen James Gargano catch up to Connor Hayes. He was working his way towards it in the previous 100 and he's pushed off side by side now, so there's a nice little race occurring in lanes 6 and 7 there. There's about 4 seconds difference between their entry times. So 4 seconds over 30 laps, not too far. It's definitely a distance that you can drop that time comfortably. So Soren Wells there turning at the 1,000 metre mark, just 500 to go. And I'm sure that is always a little bit of that sweet relief. You know, you've done the hard yards now. You're really going to try and start lifting here. Hopefully not feeling like there's a piano on your back. Got a nice head position off that turn there from Soren Wells. Keeps it still, doesn't breathe on that first stroke. You can almost see the water going down alongside him. He just looks like he might be bringing in the legs a little bit more, so they'll have stayed relaxed for most of this race, trying to keep them at the surface so they're not dragging along too much behind you. Now, James Gargano has reduced that distance between himself and Oliver McKenzie. It was about 7 seconds earlier in this race, but he's brought it down to 5 now, so he is making up a bit of ground on Ollie over in lane 0. Let's see what he can do in this last few 100 metres. But this race now is all Soren Wells, so we'll be looking to see what time he can post in this morning's heats, and then we'll compare that to our finals tonight. He'll now have Logan Brandy in his sights. It is good when you are this far in front if there's a few athletes you can try and catch and lap. Gives you that little bit of an extra challenge, keeps you moving. It's also not going to be a bad thing for Logan because he's going to be working to try and not let Soren Wells fly past him. Might be able to lift for a little bit. Just get a bit more speed through these last couple of 100 metres. Now it looks like James has made up a little bit more ground on Ollie McKenzie, so it'll be interesting to see how far behind he is. So still sitting at that 5-second mark with 200 metres to go. So Soren now, you'll see one of our technical officials there, Emmy, giving him the bell. That means 100 metres left to go. 2 laps. He'll be wanting to pick up the pace. You can see he's just lifted in the water a little bit there, trying to sit up a bit higher. Still fairly light on those legs, so you have to wonder maybe they're just feeling a little bit tired after a few big long distance events this weekend. As I said before, he did have the 800 earlier in this competition. Ollie McKenzie getting the bell. James Gargano getting the bell. Now Connor Hayes has lost his cap, so that's going to be a little bit frustrating for him. Hopefully he had a haircut recently. That's not going to be in his face too much, as Soren Wells now, the swimmer over in lane 2, powering down the pool on this final lap. 15 metres left to swim. Looks like he's lost his cap as well, so it seems to be the morning for it. He'll hit the wall in a time of 16:45.29. Now that is a beautiful drop from the New Zealand athlete. Just 14 years of age, so definitely one to watch and keep an eye on. 30 seconds off his personal best time. That's 1 second faster each lap of this race. Ollie McKenzie hangs on, really lifted in that last 200 metres to grab second from this heat. So at a 17:11.51, so that's a big drop from him too. And then James Gargano touches in third at 17:19.28. Alrighty guys, we're now going to turn our attention down to the far end of the pool. We go back to some 50-metre sprinty sprints here this morning for event 64. This is part of our World Para Series. It is the women's 50-metre backstroke event. We have 2 heats in this one this morning. And behind those starting blocks and backstroke ledges is heat 1.
And our first heat has started. So nice underwater from lane 4. No, lane 5, apologies. Jasmine Greenwood from Australia, 19 years of age. But out in lane 2, Ali Davis is also having a great swim. But Jasmine will hit in a time of 33.85 with points of 702. Pinju from Singapore is having a good swim. And she comes in at a time of 108.90.
We move along now to Heat 2. Once again, some visiting athletes for the World Para Series here. Keep an eye out for lane 6 there, Mackenzie Cohen. She's been to Australia a few times to compete now and just always has such a fabulous time. I was really lucky to speak to the Team USA yesterday, and they were so impressed by the way Victorian sport makes them feel so included, and just the atmosphere at our competition and our incredible venue. So they're having a brilliant time, and we're so lucky to have these guys over here all the way from the States to race and compete against our World Para Series athletes.
Lane 4 had a beautiful underwater. That's Roisin Nirain from Ireland. And she's powering through this 50. And she comes in with 781 points and a time of 31.25.
Continuing on with our 50-metre backstroke events, we move along in our program to event 65, the men's 50-metre backstroke multi-class for our Victorian Open Championships athletes. We have 2 heats in this event. So these guys just raced moments ago, a lot of them, and now they are back for a little bit more of that sprint action here this morning. Few of these personal best times very close to one another, so hopefully we've got a pretty exciting race on our hands, particularly from some of those outside lanes. So those things they're attaching to our starting blocks, they are our backstroke ledges. Some people call them backstroke wedges. But basically what they do is they hang down into that water and our swimmers use them to place their feet above. They just help so that when we start, if your feet go to drop down or slide down that wall, it's that little last defense barrier that you can make sure that we're not sliding off or missing the start. You might have also noticed James Logan, the swimmer in lane 5, looking sideways on the start. Now he is one of our deaf swimmers. There is a little light that our officials sit next to his starting block, and he'll be watching that to know when to begin the race. As he cannot hear that start signal, so he will see the light that goes off at the same time, and that's how he knows when to begin the race. As the boys come down under the flags there, Riley Blitz leading us through onto the wall. Fast touch there, 32.34. Followed in by Hamish Keenan. I also love to note the age range in these multi-class events. We've got swimmers who are 24, 29 years old, and then we also have swimmers like Cooper Harrington in lane 7, only 13 years of age. So a huge achievement for those youngsters coming here and racing at a Victorian Championships. As those results come up on the board, it isn't in time order, it is in point score order. So Hamish Keenan scoring the most points from Heat 1 as we move on to Heat 2.
2 in the water now. Lane 3 had a lovely underwater. That was a Jake Bugler from Blenheim Swimming Club. And looks like there's dead heat on this one. Lanes 3 and 5, both scoring 430 points. And they're both from the same classification.
Yeah, that's actually so crazy. So normally, sometimes our point score can be the same, but there might be 1/100th or 2/100ths of a second difference in time. But those guys have done the exact same time. So it really is an equal placing. Both in the same classification, both the same point score, and both the same time. That's super exciting for our racing tonight.
Absolutely.
Some more 50 backstrokes now. Event 66, the women's 50 metre backstroke multi-class for our Victorian Open Championships. Once again, we have 2 heats in this event. Climbing into the water now is heat 1. And I've got a very, very special shout out for the swimmer in lane 3. That is Evie Lee of Geelong Swimming Club. It is her birthday today. She has been super excited about this one all weekend. And she definitely won't be very happy with me if I don't mention it. So a huge happy birthday to you, Evie. Let's hope you can do a fabulous 50 metre backstroke swim this morning. She was off to a great start. Coach Andy will be happy with that stroke rate, I reckon. Those arms speed going around very quickly. Swimming well over in lane 1 though is Jenna Jones. She's got no entry time, so I'm not entirely sure what her personal best is, but 35.25. It's a pretty high scoring swim there as well, 618 points. In our multi-class events, we wait for every athlete to hit the wall so we can see all of our point scores. So Jenna Jones, their highest point score, not too far behind, was Lily Fox Mason. Now in this second heat, a little bit of Aussie junior royalty. The swimmer in lane 6, Kira Warwick, swimming for Flyers, is the current Australian record holder for her age group, 17 years, in her classification. So the 17-year girls S6 50 metre backstroke Australian record holder. So if she swims a personal best time either this morning or if she makes it through to finals tonight in those finals, it will be a new Australian record. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on her time. Personal best, that record is 48.57. If she can go under that, new Aussie record holder. Should be very exciting for us here at Victorian State Open Championships. Got a few different classifications in this race, ranging from S19 all the way down to S1. Each of those has a different record there. These girls are trying to get as close to as possible. Grace Ryder from Ivanhoe Swim in the lead. Time-wise, Sarah Howe in lane 4 coming back pretty quickly there. She'll grab 404 points, so keep an eye on that. Kira there, a little bit over her personal best time. So hopefully she'll get a spot in that final tonight and we'll be able to see her pull out a ripping swim there. Now Esther Overton, the swimmer in lane 7, originally a Victorian athlete. Her personal best time of 2:10.68. We'll wait and see what time she gets when she hits that wall. And that's a 2:05.80. It's a big personal best time there, 5 seconds for Esther. Always good to see athletes getting personal bests, particularly in these heats. And especially on day 3, it's such a large program, heats and finals. So to come back on day 3 and still be swimming your best, something we really, really enjoy seeing. As we move along to a pretty tough event on the program now, event 67. This is the women's 200 meter butterfly. 200 fly, all about conserving that energy and having something to come home strong with in that last lap. We have 3 heats in this event. As we were saying, you definitely need to be tough to do the 200 fly. It's a lot of hard work at training, fair few kilometres to have that ability to bring it home strong in the second 100. First lap's all about setting up the race, trying to find a nice rhythm, getting plenty of oxygen in. We call this easy speed. Making sure that we're not going out too slow and having to build too much. We still want some pace off the first 50, but also not overdoing it. Had a few good chats with Mia Yeo in lane 5 across the weekend. She was looking at trying to go out a little bit faster in the 200 today than she has in the last couple of times she raced it, so it'll be interesting to see how her fitness goes and how the legs are feeling by that last 15 metres. Fastest qualifier in lane 4 here from Sunshine Coast Grammar. That's Lucy Dring. Entry time of a 2:13. Pretty quick time there. Just see those great skills off the wall from Lucy as well. The rest of the field sitting a little bit further back. I know there's a couple of swimmers in this heat though that are well known for that last lap, having a super last 50, really dropping and picking up that pace. As Lucy turns now for the final 50 metres. Not too far behind there, Mia Yeo. And both those girls don't seem to have dropped off too much in this final 50. If anything, Lucy looks like she might have picked up her pace. Few quick breaths before she puts her head down into the finish. And that's a nice heat swim this morning from Lucy, 2:14.36, not too far over her personal best time. Same from Mia Yeo, 2:19.43. So both girls just adding on about a second, and hopefully they can come back later on today and drop. Now definitely in Heat 2, watch out for that swimmer in lane 4, Izzy Osborne. She is one of our absolute up-and-coming stars of butterfly. She's only 16 years of age and she's got the second fastest entry time coming into this race here. And she's second only to a visitor, so she's actually the fastest entered Victorian athlete. Already with a bit of a dominant lead there, just sneaking under that 30-second mark on lap 1, 29.99.
She's gaining a nice lead with that long stroke. Close in second, you've got lanes 3 and a 5. You've also got a couple of no swims in lanes 1, 8, and there was no one in lane 9.
It's if you're ever going to pull out of an event, it's probably going to be a 200 fly, and especially if it's on the final day of competition, as we are really seeing that beautifully demonstrated inverted V shape here from those entry times. So this is what we kind of expect to see. Our fastest swimmers are entered into lane 4, and then we move outwards from there time-wise as Izzy comes into that final 50-metre turn. She's kept her stroke looking nice and relaxed throughout this whole race. She comes up quite high to breathe, so that might be something that her and her coach work on in the future. Might be utilising a little bit more energy than she would like. Most of the time athletes try and keep their chin as close to the surface as possible. You can see a little bit of a kick in now from Seojin Huang in lane 5, trying to catch up to Isabella King in lane 3. She's not quite going to have enough pool left to do it. I think results are going to stay pretty much what they've been for the last 2 laps. Izzy Osborne, 2:18.35. Isabella King, 2:22.25. And Seojin Huang in a time of 2:25.01 there. So Izzy just sneaks in front of Mia's time from the heat before, meaning she'll be still our second fastest qualifier. We do have one more heat, so we'll see what the girls in heat 3 can produce this morning.
Heat 3 now in the water. It seems like a more even start across the pool. But we'll have Emily White touching in first in a time of 30.86 after the first lap. And the girls are coming in to do their final lap of their 200. And Emily's keeps on extending her lead. Keeping that nice long stroke. And she comes in with a time of 2:19.67. That should qualify her for the final tonight. And in second, we have Abby Harrington in 2:24.80. And in third, we have Helen Smith in a time of 2:26.71. Now we're on to event 68, the men's 100 metre butterfly. So we're staying with the butterflies, but now we have the 100 metres. We have actually 11 heats in this one, so quite a lot.
And there are definitely some big names in this race here this morning. Turn your attention to the centre of the pool, a little bit of Aussie fame there. Lane 4, Cody Simpson. Did a great 50-metre butterfly last night, took the win in that, so we know he's got the front end speed in this race.
Seems pretty even down the middle of the pool. We'll see who touches in first. And it is Cody in a 25.33. He had a very nice underwater, giving him a nice lead.
Absolutely, just demonstrating those skills a little bit of a notch above the rest of the boys, and that's giving him such an advantage in this last lap. A bit of clear water, he's not in anyone's wash or wake as he's just powering through. Kosuke Tsukamoto in lane 5 has had a bit of a dig here, gained a little bit of ground, but it's not going to be enough. Cody Simpson touches in first, 54.01. Kosuke in 55.00. And third there was Kia Ogilvie in a time of 55.36.
This heat 2, we have Ojuan Kim from South Korea turning in first in a 25-2-1. And looks like a nice battle between the two middle lanes.
Well, these two boys streaking ahead. Will Petrick he's not doing this 100 fly this morning, even though he was in that 200. But Bowen Goff, the 200 specialist, is second there with the 53.86. Looking good for tonight. Heat 3 of 11 heats here. We have Nicholas Layton in lane 2. He's also in the multi-class swimming, so swimming in the able-bodied event as well. He is 100 freestyle and 100 fly specialist. We also have in lane 6 Cameron Bladen, who took out that men's 200 freestyle last night. He's from Tiger Sharks, coached by Craig Aubrey. But a commanding lead from lane 4, Jack Carr. He's at St Andrews, coached by Olympian Ash Delaney and a training partner of Isaac Cooper, who recently won that 50 metres backstroke at the Doha World Championships. Another 53.23, second Alex Quash. He's from Sopak in Sydney, and then Zach Mayer from Carlisle in third.
And heat 4 is off and racing. First out of the water was lane 6, Jack Gibson from MLC Aquatic.
Yes, these boys are all the young guns. We have a few 16 and 17-year-olds in this race. Daniel Citravesi in lane 3. He's from Surrey Park. Joshua Wilkinson in lane 4 from Melbourne Swimming Club, and Jack Gibson. They've all raced each other many times at this MSAC pool at Age Vic Championships.
It looks like lane 0, Morgan Bishop from Rackley Hibiscus, turned in first in a time of 26.21. He's certainly having a good race out in the outside lanes.
Yes, it looks like lane 0, lane 5 and lane 3. Yes, there we have Morgan Bishop, 56.94. Second, 57.75, Alan Liang. He is from CG Camberwell Girls Grammar, and then Daniel Citravesi taking that third place in a personal best time. Okay, we have heat 5 here of 11 heats. Again, we have some young swimmers in here, and we have a swimmer who's 32 years old in lane 7, Darius Schultz. He's a master swimmer.
Just showing he's still got it.
Yes, that's right. I have Shelley Jarrett here. She's come over from South Australia. She has a multi-class swimmer who just recently competed in the previous events. Shelley has coached for many years. She is from my home country of England, but Shelley is a very experienced female coach. I was a swimmer herself and coached Kyle Chalmers, so it's lovely to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Always lovely to watch the swimming. It's been a couple of years, been away for a while, so it's great to be back. And it's good to be back with you, Sam, too. Former Olympian herself. I was a girl fan of you. I was.
Well, the women's 200 fly was on previously, and it was a really great event. But the girls will have the finals tonight. It's a hard event to back up.
I was a 200 fly, never as good as you, though.
I remember seeing you and your sister swimming at Beckenham.
I was at
Swimming
Beckenham.
club?
It's a London club. Yeah.
Yes.
Long time ago. Long time ago.
So we have heat 6 in this. We have lane 3, Cameron Ricchini. As I mentioned before, there is the Laps for Life. It's a charitable swim to raise money for teenage suicide, and we here in Victoria are doing the Laps for Lockie. Lockie Ricchini and Cameron.
Nice to see some of these younger
Actually,
swimmers.
he's not here today, so he must be saving himself for another event. I know he's done a lot. This lane 5's taking it out.
We've got a 14-year-old in here, so that's quite nice to see some of these youngies. We've got 2, in fact, in this one. So that's quite nice to see some of these younger kids coming through. A 12-year-old also.
I mean, that's
From Korea.
amazing. A 12-year-old in with the big guys. He's from Korea. Lee Gayon. He just went 1:0068 at 12.
That's pretty quick for 12, huh?
Isn't it?
Not bad.
So heat 7, we've got a lot of heats in this event. The 100 fly proving popular at these Open Champs.
11 heats here today. Everyone loves a sprint, don't they?
Oh yes. Well, you being a distance swimmer yourself, how did you find coaching Carl Chalmers as a sprint specialist, or did he start off on the longer distance events?
No, I mean he was multi-eventing as a youngster. He came from Port Lincoln and then moved over to Norwood in South Australia, and then was always multi-eventing. So he used to do 200 medley, 100 back, 100 fly, and then we just sort of, as he got a bit older, had to sort of focus on the freestyle a bit. But the fly was always a massive passion of his. He even won medleys and backstroke at age group, but he was just a different kettle of fish. You know, very, very different in how he approached it. Did do some good training. I came from a distance background in terms of coaching, but he used to beg me to do 1500s in a race and I wouldn't let him.
Well, that's right. I suppose you don't want to train and race the passion out of someone, do you? And sometimes as a coach, you know what's best for them, don't you?
I mean, look, it's fun. I mean, I saw the other day he raced a 400 free. We used to do that regularly, and we used to train 400s quite a bit. He tells me the first set he ever had with me was 10 400s, and I can't remember that. But, there's some good stuff in doing some slow, repetitive kind of thinking about that technique. And, I mean, it was hard to try to slow him down, even at the longer distances, hard to try and slow him down.
Yeah, that's quite common with a lot of young boys, isn't it?
Yeah.
They just want to get in there and race, never mind the technique. They just want to go in there and beat everybody all the time.
For sure.
And it's hard to kind of get them to understand that they have to slow down to get faster.
Yeah. I mean, we were really lucky. He's got amazing technique too, so he was always had a great ability to hold the water. But like most people, he, had to learn eventually as they get older. How do we get faster? What do I need to do? So, it's a lovely journey.
Yes. Well, look at that time from lane 9. Luca Welfare taking that out in a 58.76. Mace Hunter second.
Just
and
done a lovely
16.
PB there.
He has. See, these outside lanes have been absolutely amazing, haven't they, at these Open Championships, Anya?
Absolutely. And as I said before, like, as long as you have a lane, you can, and you get your time and you race, then, and it's anybody's race.
Great job 3-second PB there.
And off to heat 9.
Must be this lovely Melbourne weather that's doing it. The sun's shining.
It's a good day today. On my way in, I saw some hot air balloons and the sunrise. How nice.
Oh, yes. I used to see those on the way to coaching training when I was at Carey. And I used to think, how lovely is that to see?
It is a beautiful sight on a day like today.
That's right.
There's something special about racing outdoors. You don't get to do it that often, do we?
No.
Not in Victoria, that's for sure. So,
and also,
and we don't really get many beautiful days like this either.
No,
So
it's a fantastic day. Not too hot. Excellent conditions. And as you can see, the boy there over in lane 1, Miller Nihill from Bendigo East. We've had a few good swims from Bendigo East. And he obviously is enjoying that sunshine on his back. Oh, he just got touched out there. Benjamin Nolter. He's from Melton Swimming Club, so all these people up from the west seem to be doing pretty well here. Darren Tam. It does, really does.
And we are off to heat 10. And big shout out to Cooper Rushmeyer. It's his birthday today. So happy birthday to you, Cooper. And hope you race well.
There's nowhere he'd rather be.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's their birthday and there's nowhere they would rather be than actually racing. Let's hope that inspires him to a win. Whatever the weather, he'll be having a party today.
Oh, he's got his teammates around him, so certainly a good day for it.
Yeah, we've got a 13-year-old in this one, in lane 0.
Yes, Harry McGraw from the Melbourne Swimming Club, coached by Ian Pope. You know Ian well, don't you, Shelley?
Yeah. Long time friends. I'm going to get around and say hello to everyone soon.
Oh, yes, I bet they're dying to see you. Oh, we're all glad you're back, me especially.
Oh, I'm glad to be back. It's lovely. Oh, great job.
13-year-old got second place there, Harry
PB.
McGraw. 60.
60 point for
It's
a
a massive
senior,
PB
pretty
for
quick.
him. Well
Damien
done.
Roth also a 60.
And
Some
in
great
first we had
times.
Damien Roth.
Yeah.
Some good swims
Ivan
coming from
Hull,
these heats, yeah. These
coached by another female coach, Arco Kozafuka from
lovely
Ivanhoe.
Arco.
Yes.
And our final heat, heat 11, has 2 swimmers. At least they're next to each other, so they'll be much easier.
That's right. Adonis Giotopoulos from Caulfield. He trains pretty hard, so I think a 103, I'm sure he can go faster than that. And I've told him I absolutely love his name, Adonis.
Great name.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, fabulous.
I was at the Greek Festival yesterday.
Were you?
The
Well,
Prime Minister turned up.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
Special.
Yes.
That's what you come to Melbourne for, right?
It
This
is.
and that.
There's so many things going on in Melbourne. I mean, they're setting up for the Grand Prix. Just we can see them setting up the stands just
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
really
It's a
exciting.
place to be on a day like today.
Well, it is.
Well, Adonis has got out pretty quick there. 28.9.
Yeah, he trains really hard. He's a really hard trainer.
Yeah, look at it.
And,
I think
you
he's
know-
just quick. Oh, just outside his PB, I reckon.
Yeah.
Great
Well,
job by both of those boys, though.
yeah, they're not having much rest at the moment.
No. And a tough one to be on your own.
Right, the women's 50 metres breaststroke, not my favourite event. I mean, I love to watch it. I absolutely love watching and coaching breaststroke, but swimming it for me, I think I used to try too hard to make it better.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you just, you think us being fly swimmers, we would have thought, you're not to try too hard.
I was
But
all right at the breaststroke. Yeah.
Were you,
Yeah,
Shelley?
it wasn't bad. I made some national age finals in the UK, but I wasn't amazing. And it meant I had a fairly good medley, but I couldn't
Yes.
swim backstroke.
Yeah, you see,
Maybe
there's
busy.
always a weak link for everyone, isn't there? Apart from Kaylee McEwen, I don't think she
She's
has a weak
amazing.
link.
Here they go, that first heat.
Yes, heat 1. We have Michaela Smith, who was second in that 200 breaststroke last night. Now down to the 50. Is she here?
She's pulled out, no?
Oh no,
She's
she's
out.
pulled out. Lily Kosh, very young, 15-year-old from Nunawading, lane 5. Lovely rangy stroke. She's one of the up-and-coming young swimmers.
Yeah, look at her. She looks great in the water. Gonna get on that wall. Yeah.
Ooh.
She get it?
Very nice.
Job.
32.53. That's a PB for her. Second, Charlie Millard there from MLC. That's great. Good job for those younger girls.
Again, 8 heats of this women's 50 breaststroke. Like you said, big contingent for the sprints.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 8 heats here.
Definitely fun to watch, for sure.
Oh, it is. I think after lockdown, people were really going for the 50s all the time, but I think now that we've gotten back into the swing of things and trainings, you know, we've got a lot of work behind the swimmers. They are branching out into the longer distance events now. Thank
Which
goodness.
is good for the sport, isn't it? We need
Oh.
that.
For sure. And you know what? I don't think it did the sport any harm, to be honest with you. We've got a lot of really good young kids coming through. Mackie Bridge there from Surrey Park, taking that out. 31.84 entry time, so she's obviously just taking her foot off the gas there.
Be back tonight.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, you never know, do you?
No.
I mean, that's it. But then we've got Zoe Deacon. I think she's got an injury at the moment, so she's not in this heat. Taylor Odell's been looking good though. She's got a stroke that where she's leans forward over her stroke, which I quite like actually. Sometimes people come straight up, but I think that leaning forward a little bit, the more, not old-fashioned, but how could we say, more classic technique.
Yeah. Good word, classic.
Classic, that's right, like me, a classic.
Great job on the wall there. And me. 33.4 there.
Oh, Cassie Byrne, I think, is she from she's from Rackley, so these Queenslanders coming down, having a good swim, enjoying it here in Melbourne.
Breaststroke's a bit different, isn't it? You see so many different techniques as well. I think it's something that really is relative to the swimmer. It changes quite a bit, doesn't it? It's as you look across the board as people are racing, you can see some really different techniques. You know, some come up a lot higher than others, some sort of stay flatter. It's interesting to watch.
Yeah, it is. That, you know, you can never mould a breaststroker. They're kind of born and not made. You can refine their technique to make it more efficient, but, you know, there are a lot of different ways to swim breaststroke. There's no one particular way, as long as it's, you know, legal and efficient.
And it's interesting, you know, with the Adam Peaty's and the high rate that he swims with, we see
Yeah.
a lot more swimmers now swimming with that higher rate.
That's
And it's
right.
just about seeing whether or not they can hold it, and they hold the water at that higher rate. And I think we're seeing more of those kids come through and learning how to do that.
That's right. Look, outside smoker again. Leona Low-Hermans from Nunawading.
Well
And
done,
then
Leona.
Olivia Chen, third there. Yes, Nunawading, a history of great breaststroke swimmers. In fact, they're the record here, the all-comers and Victorian record.
Just to
both-
note, she was 13 as well. Pretty
Was she
good.
13?
Yeah.
Wow.
Great experience coming here and doing these meets. Great experience.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so Liesl Jones, 30.55 is the all-comers record, and Jessica Hansen, 30.77 for the Victorian record, and they're both non-awarding swimmers. So,
How old's are those? How old's that record? That would be a little bit.
Oh yes.
Let's have a look.
2006 for Liesl.
Oh, it's 18 years.
Yeah. Just 2018
So
for the
we're
Victorian.
ready. We're ready for someone to come.
We
aren't
are.
I reckon there's a few on the horizon.
Oh, yep. Molly Dennis there. She's from the Warrigal Swim Club out there in the country. She swam at the recent country championships.
Yeah, you were there, weren't you?
Oh yes, it was. Oh, what a fantastic facility now in Traralgon, the new 50-metre pool there, and we were so welcomed. And the atmosphere at country championships, you know, it's like South Australian. You have countries there.
Yep.
The atmosphere with the country people and
exciting.
swimmers, it really is. You know, the noise, the cheering. You know, it's. Yeah, well, it being a big fish in a small pond and having that kind of atmosphere at a country championships, you've got a 50-metre pool, and as you say, and you've just got to be in there to win it.
For sure, and you think about people like Kayo, they came from the country.
Yes.
You know, like some of these kids come, they have that passion, that joy, and then it just spills over, doesn't it, and something great comes.
Absolutely, that's right. Annabelle Taylor there, lane 5, taking that out from the Melbourne Swimming Club. Second, Madison Haywood. All right, penultimate heat now.
And we have a young swimmer in this race, Tess Izzard, 12 years old from Yarra Plenty Waves.
How exciting to be a part of this at 12, right?
Yes, absolutely. He
Most likely it's her first Open Championship, so what an experience for him.
Imagine the nerves would be kicking in, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Having a good go, though.
She is, and she's got a very mature stroke for her age.
You know, sometimes at that age it's just about coming for that experience to be here, and then next time coming and really racing.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Because your first time in amongst the older people, it's really, you know, the older swimmers, you can be quite very, very nervous. And to get that out of the way doesn't half, you know, make you think, well, I've got that one out of the way. I can do it, so I can do it again.
Yeah. And a lot of it is just that experience, isn't it? We've got that last heat going now.
Yes, just 3 swimmers in this. Grace Richards, she's from the Surrey Park Swimming Club. I had the pleasure of coaching her when I was at Triton's. A swimmer who's very dedicated, very good technically, has just kept on getting PB, small PB, training, dedication, you know, an excellent example of somebody who's kept on.
Great job, girls.
Yeah, very good.
Looks like it was a nice PB.
Yeah. See, she's a very, you know, always improving, always doing the right thing.
Great job.
It's good to see that.
More breaststroke.
Now we're on to event 70, the men's 200 metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats in this one, and heat 1 is on the blocks, ready to race. We have a few interstaters from St Andrews and Sopak.
It's funny how breaststroke, you can have older swimmers and really young swimmers. It's one of those strokes where people go on, they can come through at a really young age and also keep going to an older age.
Yeah, true. Great to see Maddie Wilson there in centre stage. I went to Japan with him when he was only a junior, I think 2013. So I've known him for a long time. Great to see his journey. He came from a country club too.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Bit like me, I was from the northeast of England, you know, although you were from the big smoke in London.
But the teams are better from up north in the UK, for sure.
Oh, us northerners, you know, we're tough.
Yeah. You're hard working, weren't you?
Oh, well, we were, yeah. I suppose that's right. I suppose you come from that mentality of, you know, it's about the amount of work you put in. And
I mean, I definitely was a hard worker and a lane leader, but I don't know, it's just different. I think the teams up north in the UK are always the ones to beat, always.
And we had a good group of people that were all really close. A lot of Olympians came from that area. We had
majority at that time.
because we were all racing each other. And if you can be, you know, if you're always up against each other, like these two boys are from Sopak, you know, they must train together, racing together. It's a big advantage to have great people in your area.
I saw Haig won last night, is that right?
Yes, and he's been working on keeping his technique really long. I know that Lee Nugent, who's the technical director of New South Wales, he's been working on helping Haig with his technique, because he kind of had stuck at a certain time for a while, but he looks like he's very rangy. And the experience of Matthew Wilson, well, he held the world record at one point.
Yeah, I know. Amazing. And again, if you look across the field as well, different techniques. All what works best for them at this stage.
Daniel Cave there, he's from Caulfield Aquatics. I was just saying, if he only would train, you know, more, because he just missed out on going to the Olympics in Tokyo.
Yeah.
He won the 100 breaststroke but didn't get selected. And a very, very talented swimmer, and a really nice guy too.
Nice early morning swim there. Nice morning swim there. Coming down that last 25, Matty really just stretching out that stroke, lowering that rate, taking his time, getting on the wall in plenty of time.
I mean, the times, you know, 2:17, I mean, that was a silver medal back in the Seoul Olympics.
Wow.
And when you think, you know, the 200 breaststroke for men, the times now are, you know, 2:06, 2:05. So here we have Heat 2, a couple of Caulfield Aquatics boys. They've got a young stable of breaststroke swimmers from there, Jacob Nimmo and Nicholas Stupas, who've been very successful age groupers. And then in lane 4 we have Josh Gilbert from New Zealand, he's Club 37. And in lane 5, Adam Selwood from Western Melbourne Propulsion, coached by Seb Bettiol, a really experienced and driven young coach. He used to coach here at MSAC, and he's been very successful with his breaststroke swimmers.
Feel like we're seeing some changes in that, like more people are learning to swim and use those tactics and those race plans a bit better now with these 200 flies and 200 breaststrokes. You know, we're seeing more people being able to come back I know we've seen some of the big greats go out hard and then hang on, you know, the Chad Leclos of this world, but I think we're trying to move away from that, aren't we, and be smarter. Yeah, we used to just work up and down, didn't we? Yeah. We were probably just tired though in reality, weren't we? Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a fear culture, wasn't it? You were fearful if you missed training, if you missed, you know, like a week, or you were really fearful. But probably in hindsight, we probably now know that you've got to take good care of yourself and listen to your body a bit better. Hardly resting. Yeah. I can, yeah. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And there is more information out there now about how we do things, and you know, we're all learning as we go too. Sometimes it's technical, sometimes, you know, it's tactical. It's a different world and a different time, and I think, you know, all the environmental things can change too. You know, so many things make a big impact, don't they, on your fitness and your health. And yeah, he looks strong. He looks so strong, doesn't he? It looks pretty easy too. Yeah, look at him stretching right out in front here. He's made that look lovely, isn't he? Easy. No doubt he'll be back tonight.
Yeah, looks like pretty even for second, third for this heat.
Oh, it's a lovely time now. Look, 2:14. Yeah, good swim this morning though. I think the fastest we've seen is 2:14. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Good racing. South Australian in this one, from Norwood, Will Gartner. I've seen him, yeah, I have a few times, yeah. Yeah. He's having a good first 50, yeah. Like you say, these later heats are sometimes interesting and get some good PBs from these guys. You know, this is probably going to be one of their important meets. Nationals is always the key one, but it's nice to come and have a hit out here. It's beautiful today. Melbourne sticking to its usual, though. 24 seasons in one day. You know. Well, yeah. We're English. We always pack a jacket. Oh, he's a good job. He's out well. Oh, look. He was too. Oh, there we go. He spoke too soon. Yeah, not until he touches the wall. Yeah. I think, you know, when that happens in a race sometimes too, like you have to be mindful of making sure you swim your own race because it can really distract you, you know, and take you off your race plan. So, and it happens, you know, frequently swimmers will hop in and do that kind of thing. So you have to make sure you're really on your own race plan and know what you're doing. Make sure you know your stroke counts, you know. That sort of stuff's super important for athletes. So it's a good lesson. Absolutely. Oh, look at that, a little PB too. That's pretty good PB there for Nicholas. He was entered on a 32, so nice. And like we said, some of these later heats you can see some really good PBs. Great to see 6 heats of 200 metre breaststrokers too. Great to see 6 heats. Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely, yeah. And like you said, the opportunity tends to come from some of these more demanding races because they've got to have a really good attitude and training ethic. So, you know, they've got to put in those yards, if you like. And I feel like you said, you get the rewards. There are probably spots up for grab. It's a bit like that 400 medley too. You know, it's not one everyone picks, is it? I was just going to say the same thing. Exact same thing. Yeah, me too. Crazy. I was the same. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah. You know, also though, if you've been around the traps and that was your routine of doing the 400 medley with the 200 fly and the 100 fly, it's good to keep that same program because the success you have doing that, you know, if you take away one of them, it might change. There's always that school of thought of, okay, what do we do? What's going to give us that best outcome? But I guess you learn that as a coach over time, don't you? Like, and you know, very often when you go to the major meets, you might not qualify for those other events at the same time. A lot of noise going on here for this.
Looks like Max Malone's finished well.
Yeah, a couple of PBs there.
In 2:30.98.
Fantastic swimming. A lot of crowd noise there. It's lovely. Especially in the morning. It's never as exciting as, the crowd in the evening. So it's good to hear people cheering these swimmers on. They've qualified, they've come, they want to race well. Yeah.
And I guess your other teammates are probably cooling down or preparing for their race, so there's always less crowd involvement until the final where, your parents, friends, teammates are all cheering you on.
Yeah. And they can hear it.
And it's certainly a different atmosphere. So even when you're on the blocks, you just know it's different.
Absolutely. And I think every person that sets foot on that block, they all want the same thing. Everyone wants to swim a PB, right?
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter where you are, you'd all love to look up at that board and go, got a personal best time. I think that's the thing about it.
And in a heat, a win's a win. Like when you win a heat, it's like the endorphins that are produced from just winning something.
Absolutely.
You can't train that.
No, and it gives you that kind of like mental edge as well. So it definitely does
it's
help
a
in your
lovely
swimming.
moment.
Yeah, it's like that positive reinforcement. Money can't buy that. And like I always say, a win is a win. And I've seen many kids in training even, they've got a more experienced swimmer who thinks they're just going to back off in this set. And then a young swimmer will come through and do the set better. And then the next thing, the confidence that gives that other swimmer.
Absolutely, gives them so much more confidence. And that's where it comes from after all, training, right? If you know you're training well, you're hitting all your targets, getting your goals, it's what gives you that edge to go on to that next level, right?
That's right. And us as coaches, the more experience you get, I go into training at Caulfield and I think these boys probably and girls don't really know how good they are sometimes.
For sure.
I look at the sets and I think, wow, like you're training as well as anyone I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, you're able to tell them that as well.
Yeah.
And with your experience, Shelley, you can see that straight away, can't you?
You can, yeah. And there's just some things that you could, like a good work ethic is everything, but also a great mentality makes a huge, huge difference. Somebody that wants to achieve, somebody that wants to be better, just makes the world a difference, doesn't it?
That discipline, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yes,
Getting up
consistency.
in the mornings, and even like your parent, like as a young child, even your parents being able to get up in the morning to take you to training.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
I think parents do a great job, and we probably don't thank them enough, because we're all in that day-to-day. We're all in the same, aren't we, in the day-to-day, just going from one place to another, and I've got children and, a child, and we're all just trying to make ends work, and it's without those parents, we wouldn't have those swimmers.
Absolutely. So shout out to our parents out there. Thank you.
Got a great heat here with Lani Pallister going. Big shout out to my lovely friend Janelle.
Yes, that's right. Janelle, a swimmer herself, Olympic finalist.
Fantastic athlete herself, yeah.
Because not often do your kids, as an elite athlete, want to follow you into the sport that you did.
Right?
Oh, well, to be honest with you think to yourself, I just want my kids to enjoy themselves and lie in.
And be happy.
Yeah, that's right.
Pretty much. Yep. Just looking so smooth.
Oh, this is event 71, the women's 200 freestyle. We have 9 heats of this, with heat 1 in the water. And Lani having a lovely swim down
Just
first
looking
100.
so comfortable, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She has that great rating. She just looks like she's just going to go out there and keep that rating up.
And if you were talking about technique earlier, she's definitely got great technique. Worked over with her mum for a very, very long time on that. And she's one of those few athletes that's been able to go in the open water in the ocean and do the surf stuff and then combine it with the swimming. I mean, there's hardly any of those guys. She's an absolute legend. She's a winner in the ocean and a winner in the pool. And again, talking about technique, her technique is fabulous, and not many could be able to hold both ways.
No, because, you know, when you've got the waves out there and it's knocking you around, you know, it really does alter your technique sometimes. And you do have to swim with a different technique because you have to sight those buoys and things like that in the open water. But she can really change from pool to open water, which is a skill in itself.
It is, yeah. Look at this lovely swim. Just looks so easy here this morning.
She comes in at a time of 2:01.43.
There's Emily White, another South Australian there. Not a bad time for her this morning.
That's
been away with her a few times on a few teams as a junior.
And we've got Abby Kearney.
Normally a
in
400
third.
medley swimmer, I think. But doing a good job here.
Got that Marion cap on. That was your club.
That was my club.
Head coach, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
Shelley, many
For
years.
9.5 years, yeah. Good to see them here. Racing coming into state, super important.
Another Marion swimmer in lane 7. They were lucky to have you, Shelley, all that time.
Oh, I loved it. It was a great team. We had a pretty good culture. You know, it was fun, very fun, you know.
That's how I got to know you again.
I know.
Because I came up and said to you, it was in Victoria.
It was here, wasn't it? At State Champs, I think.
And I said, oh, you're from Britain. And, you know, I heard you talking at the National Coaches Conference.
Yeah, that was
I think you were doing a presentation there. And then you said that, I know who you are. And I was really bowled over. So.
Oh, I was a massive girl fan. I watched you girls do the Com Games as well, get the 1, 2, 3 for the 200 fly. I remember that. I watched you on TV. I was so excited to meet you.
Oh, no. Well, you know, it's funny because you're just a swimmer. I'm sure, you know, Emma McKeon and Kaylee McEwen and Cody Simpson, really, they are just people after all.
They are just people, same as you and me. And but it's fun. Like, I still get really excited when I see the Cody Simpsons and Kaylee yesterday came in and was standing near us, and I was a bit excited, I'll be honest. I can't lose that. Somebody said to me, you've got to be a bit less fangirl. I was like, why? I love it. Why not promote it?
Absolutely. Yeah, me too. I just bumped into Cody in the hallway going into the and you know when you just bump into someone and you see it's them and you think, oh my God, it's Cody Simpson.
I know, but that's the excitement of it, and we should be that way, right? Like, that's what we want for people. That's what we want for our sport. We want to encourage people to come and see those great athletes and, you know, make it fun and hopefully, you know, they'll go on to be a great athlete or just have a great experience in our sport. We want to keep people coming into our sport and growing and being better. It's amazing coming from the UK to a country that I always thought were one of the world's greatest, you know, at swimming. And it's a no-brainer why we ended up here, huh?
Oh, yes, absolutely. When you're a swimming fan, Australia's the place to be,
right,
isn't it?
Oh, Izzy came in first in a time of 2:03.44. And now we're off to heat 3.
Yeah, Isabella Boyd there taking that out. Giselle Davey pushing her all the way. They'll be in the final tonight, I think.
Again, 9 heats. 9 heats.
Yeah. 200 freestyle here, 3rd heat. We've got Tamsin Cook, Olympic
Lovely
medalist.
Tamsin. I went to World Juniors with Tamsin when she won.
Yes.
400 freestyler, great swimmer. Fantastic work ethic. Really did have that ethic that we talked about.
Yes.
Lovely to see her racing.
She keeps going, doesn't she? I mean, she's come here from Western Australia. I think she had a bit of a stint up in the Gold Coast, but has chosen Victoria as her place to live and her training stable.
Yeah, I saw her yesterday, bumped into her yesterday, and she was, lovely to see her. Good to see her back in the pool, giving it her best.
Yeah, she's a diminutive person,
Mm.
and like we were saying yesterday, they look so tall in the water when when they've got a long stroke. They look very tall, and that's a sign of a really good swimmer. If you look tall,
Yeah, she's got great turns too. If you watch her, like her speed on that wall there, fast rotation, coming off strong. These guys that have been at the top of the game, they've got great skills. Makes a huge difference.
And you never lose those skills once you've honed them and been taught really good skills. So for young kids out there, you really do have to listen to your coach. They only want the best for you. They keep going on probably about you've got to do this and you've got to do that, but in the end, if you do make a change, you may go slower initially, but in the end, it stays with you for your whole career. Good technique.
That's right. And we were talking about that consistency, and that's the thing about it, isn't it? She's done that day in, day out in training, and it's been consistent, and she's worked at it, and the ethic, that comes with that.
Yes.
It pays dividends, doesn't it? I mean, it becomes natural.
Absolutely, and it's a skill for life. Being able to get up early in the morning, being the first into work when you get to being an adult, and also working extra as swimmers do. They swim 4 hours a day, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours at night, and go to school. If you take that into your working life,
you can cope with anything, right?
Of course you can.
So Tamsin Cook there taking out the third of our circle seeded heats. But do keep a little bit of an eye out. We have heard word that in Heat 9 there might be a special appearance by one of our Olympic athletes swimming out of lane 9. Coach Bowley wasn't too happy with Emma McKeon's 53.0 performance in the 100 freestyle. So she's going to have another go at trying to go under that 53-second mark here this morning in the 200.
Oh, that's a sneaky one, isn't it? I love that she's coming in.
Could you imagine, we're going, she's got a great lead, look at her in lane 9, and then she stops at the 100. We'd have been caught out again.
We were caught out just now. See, I was going to have to head off. I was just about to head off, but now you've told me that I've got to stay and watch. Look.
Absolutely. We're loving having you, Shelley.
We are in prime viewing position on this side of the pool as well.
Thanks,
Best
girls.
seats in the house in the commentary stand.
Thank you, girls, for having me. It's been so fun. I've loved it. It's just a conversation.
Thank you so much for your time as well, Shelley. We know you're very busy working this weekend.
Look, it's not that tough. It's great. Look at the
Don't
weather.
tell that to the other coaches.
No. Well, I'm sort of just dipping my toe back in, really, for this meet. And who knows where that will go.
Well, we'd love to see you back. But I know that you've got little Peaches at home.
I have.
And she'll be...
Where's Mum?
Yes, that's right. Absolutely.
Now, speaking of impressive performances from lane 9, here in Heat 4, Sienna Shepherd out in the outside lane, and as well as Manar Mahfouz over in lane 0. Both those wide lane girls having a really good swim here at the 150 metre mark, leading us through first and second. We'll see what Arabella Tomlinson in lane 4 can come home with in this final lap, but she's got her hands full with lanes 5 and 6 there. Jess Wilson and Alana Banks all very close together, but it looks to be
We've got these outside
Shepherd,
smokers.
still absolutely dominating this field from Heat 4.
Well, Sienna has been training the house down actually this week. I had the privilege of doing some of their splits in some of the sets, and those girls have been training really hard.
She just took 3 seconds off.
Yeah,
great
it's
swim
fabulous.
there. Well done.
It's a nice performance from an outside lane. Arabella there in lane 4, just sneaking into that second place spot ahead of Manar over in lane 0. As we move on to the girls in Heat 5, the women's 200 metre freestyle.
got one of those youngies in this one, haven't we here? Some of these younger girls, 14-year-old Liliana Jones there.
Yeah, we've had some really impressive performances from our junior athletes here at this Victorian State Open Championships. There's a couple of girls, some well-known names in this heat. If you look over to lane 0, Izzy Osborne having a crack at a 200 freestyle. Just to mix things up a bit, she's known for her butterfly performances. She had the 200 earlier today, which she's going through into that final tonight, ranked 2nd to Lucy Dring. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're also having another good swim early on from Eva Bukowski in lane 9 again. So seeing these outside smokers continue to perform, particularly on day 3, we tend to see this happen a little bit. The swimmers in the middle might be a bit fatigued from the last couple of days of racing, and a few girls who might only have a few events over the weekend really get a chance to shine here. They come into the turn, and it is Alexandra Skinner in lane 3 who gets her feet on the wall quickly there. She's leading us through with Eva in lane 9, coming through in 2nd. This third 50, such an important part of our 200 freestyle. It's the premiership quarter, that make or break lap. As we've seen a little bit of a move forward from across on the other side of the pool there.
I like that you use that term. We love that, the quarters. I used to use that a lot in coaching. We're on the last quarter. You can only win a match in that last quarter. It's so important.
And definitely with this, these races coming down to 100ths of a second, every last moment of the race counts. You can win or lose a swim in just the touch onto the wall, so you've got to really make sure you extend that arm out long and strong and don't glide into that finish. There are 4 girls now, though, straight line across the pool here. Looks like Ashley Dunn might just have the edge. She's moving through quickly as they come under the flags.
I reckon you're right. You picked it. Yeah.
It will be Ash, 2:10.11. She loves a distance race, Ash. We see her often competing in 400s and 800s, and she's just shone with that strength there down the final 50.
Sneaky little PV to boot. Well done. Coming up now, we've got heat 6.
Got some more young distance swimmers in this heat. Lucy Doyle in lane 9. Great youngster, 1500 free, 800 free, and coming down to these shorter events of late, doing really, really well.
Also, 2 girls there from my former club.
Oh, yes. You want to tell us a little bit about those guys, Shell?
Yeah. So Kiana is one of my former athletes. Does the 200 fly. Actually has done open water. Great athlete. Really fantastic leader within the club. Really important to have those kids around to help bring those juniors through. And again, we talked about consistency and work ethic. For me, she was one of those kids. So good to see her here racing. Caught up with her yesterday. Really lovely to see her. And nice to see those South Australians making, a play for it over here. Victoria getting that experience in.
We've also got some siblings of great distance swimmers in this race. So Tommy Lane, one of our Australian Commonwealth Games, Youth Commonwealth Games representatives for that 800 freestyle. His younger sister here, Jen Lane, in lane 7, and she's having a great swim. She was out quickly, turning in 3rd from lane 7, so it's looking good for her. We might get some more personal best swims this morning. As we come through, though, it is the centre of the field, still out in front. Nicole Briscoe having a bit of a crack from lane 2 as well. Tani Cronin, she's going to get her feet on leading into this final 50. I wouldn't discount Nicole Briscoe, though. She does love a 400 IM and a 200 fly, so we know that she is going to tough it out till the end.
Yep. Great ability to come home. Lucy Doyle over here is coming home pretty strong.
Yeah, so that's Lucy Doyle. We did expect her to finish off this race really impressively. As we said, she's an endurance swimmer, starting to do these shorter distances and doing them very, very well indeed.
Great job.
2:11.45 for Lucy.
Big PB, good for her.
She'll be stoked with that. Coach Dan over there up on the railing, getting very excited about that swim.
It's always lovely to see a PB.
So we're just having a small pause. There is an ambulance coming past somewhere in the distance, but that sound, we want a clear and safe start for all of our athletes. So we'll just wait till that noise is done and we look like we're ready to go for Heat 7.
Yeah, this is Heat 7. We have a couple of young swimmers in this.
Just a
we've got
reminder,
Zara
if we could
Jeffrey
please
in lane
have
1.
clubs come to check
She's
in the
13
swimmers
years
for
of
event
age.
82 for the men's
I
400
coached
metre
her
IM.
in
From Korea, Neptune,
Taz,
Geelong,
took her out and learned to
Highlanders,
swim,
Western Melbourne
and
Propulsion,
she embraced that and is now
St Andrews,
branching out
Marion,
into open
Tiger
swimming
Sharks,
at such a young
Surrey
age.
Park and Melbourne.
Yeah, 2 13-year-olds, it's pretty good, huh?
Yeah. We've got Alessandra Southern. She's swum for many years and won Victorian age championships. She's now at St Leonard's. Oh, she's not swimming. Oh, sorry.
It can happen on that last day, can't it, of racing? We see some of those swimmers start to pull out of those races
Yes.
as they fatigue over the course, or some of them heading home from interstate. It depends what time that plane is sometimes. I know we've certainly done that sometimes. Rushed out of
Yeah.
here.
We also see the mad dash to the airport often if swimmers have made finals maybe unexpectedly.
Yep.
They'll try and get in and get their swim done and then be absolutely flying out the door still half in a pair of bathers. I
True.
think I know myself, I've been in that position. It's not super fun.
Definitely
Trying to
not
change
fun.
in a bus on the way to the
No.
airport.
Definitely not fun.
Well, that's what mums are for, aren't they? Hey, when you're here with your parents, that's what mums are for. They're pretty much packed in the car with the car revving up outside to get to the airport on time.
Yeah.
As the girls now leading us through into the wall here at 200. It's going to be Octavia Marnie in lane 4, 2:12.29
Great
there,
job.
just ahead of Millie Bell.
Yep, that's a little PB for her too. Nice.
Yeah, some great times there. It's a milestone getting under that 2:20 or that 2:15.
Yeah. It always is, isn't it? It's like the 2:10 as well.
Yeah, it's always there's always those little milestones to achieve.
It's that penultimate heat here. Oh, look, I can see her from here. We are in a good spot, aren't we? Emma's just about to jump in.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I was given this information first thing this morning and actually got the chance to go and speak to a couple of the girls who will be racing against Emma McKeon in that final heat. There was a lot of giggles and a lot of nerves going on.
It's special.
But I'm sure it
yeah.
must be such an important moment and it's something they'll remember for the rest of their lives, really, that opportunity to literally be in the same heat, almost rubbing shoulders with Emma McKeon herself.
How wonderful.
Come into the 100 metre mark.
Arguably one of the best female swimmers we'll ever see her.
Well, she is the greatest Olympian, female
For sure.
Olympian Australia's
Look at
ever
these girls
seen.
here just finishing up. Oh, she's done a 100 split there.
So that's what we'll see Emma McKeon doing in her 200. In our 200 metre events, if you touch correctly and finish onto that wall, the time or the split that comes up, you can use that for a race. So sometimes if an athlete has got really close to a qualifying time in their individual but had something they could fix or work on, they might do a longer event and utilise that first half to get that qualifying time or get a time that they can use in the future. So that's what Charlotte Fay's done out in lane 2. She's now just going to have a nice, easy, relaxing 100. It's a bit of recovery after that 100 she went out in.
Do we think
she's at
doing
Caulfield.
national time? Yeah, you think she's looking for a national time there?
Well, Kenny never told me about that this morning.
Oh.
Kenrick, I'll have to have a word with you. You didn't tell me she was going to go for 100 time. Sometimes they need to get into a relay, so they need to think, oh, well, maybe I'll get into my club relay
That's
tonight,
true,
you know.
Those girls there both doing 2:13. That looks like PBs for both of those. Eve Anderson and Sarah Cooper.
Well, here we have Emma McKeon in this final heat. She's going to do this. It's a bit difficult in an outside lane, though, to be doing a time trial. What do you think, Shelley?
Oh, listen, any lane's a lane. We've
Well,
seen it
that's
happen
true.
before.
Yes.
And all those greats can do it anywhere.
And besides, she's near us.
Yeah, you
And
know.
we're big fans. We'll be like fan zoning her along.
We're girl fans. Oh, I love it. This is exactly what this is for. You know, this is what this is about. Coming, seeing those great guys and being able to mix with some of those juniors.
No, they look so big on TV, but when you look at Emma standing there, she's so very slight. You know, muscular, but
Strong.
you know, but strong. But they, you know, a close up on TV, these girls look larger than life, really. But they're not, are they?
No. Very exciting moments for these girls here in this final heat.
Look at that underwater work.
Wow. She's just another class, isn't she?
Oh, she is. And as she streaked past us there, I could hardly move my neck quick enough to see her.
I know. It's lovely to see.
And as a junior, funnily enough, she thought about giving up. She used to get terrible nerves as a junior.
She had periods of time where she quit for a while, and then, you know, so for any of those guys struggling with, you know, being in this environment, you know, just know that some of these real greats have been in that same boat and kept pushing through. And I know her dad, great coach, also has been so understanding and so helpful to her. And I think she's amazing, you know, just like we said.
Yes.
The clock didn't stop. Just like we said, amazing to see, you know, even those greats have had those challenges.
But the great thing about that is we have the Hawkeye system, which will be able to get her time, even though the touchpad didn't record that.
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
from my eyesight there, I'm sure she did a 52 point.
Yeah, I was watching the clock pretty closely as she came down into the wall. It could have been a 52 mid from what I thought. Around 52.5, 52.6.
Should have started my watch, shouldn't I?
Shelley,
that's what all us
right.
coaches say.
Sorry.
You know, usually when that beep goes off, it's like an automatic
It
thing.
is. You can't help it.
You
right?
get a
You
twitch,
could see
don't you?
even Emma looking up at the board to see if she'd accomplished what she set out to do. She had a few looks and then realised it wasn't up there, so she'll just swim through now nice and easy. As our other girls are coming down under that 15-metre rope.
Well,
So really important for these guys not to have gotten carried away trying to race Emma in that first 100. Heidi Williams, the swimmer next to her, might have been dragged along a little bit, and this has caused her to come through in lane 8 and win this heat in a 2:14.18.
Great job. Finished off with a
Francis Vaudeville
PB
over
there.
in lane 4, grabbing second there, 2:16.09.
Well, girls, I'm going to head out. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, Shelley. Have a great rest of your meet, and we look forward to seeing you back here in Melbourne next time.
This has been so fun. You girls have been great. Thanks very much for having me.
Oh,
And I'll
Shelley,
see
it's
you
been
soon.
marvellous. Thank you.
We turn our attention now to event 72 on our program. This is the men's 200 metre individual medley for our multi-class World Para Series. We have 2 heats in this event, and in the water is heat 1. One of our Paralympic alumni here, Cole Pearce, swimming out of lane 4. Super talented athlete from Victoria. Trains at Nunawading Swimming Club. Nice relax in that butterfly leg. Our individual medley, of course, is 1 lap of each stroke: butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, then freestyle. You'll notice the athletes in the field here may have different classifications to in some of the other events. You have a breaststroke classification, and then you have a medley classification. And then you have one that covers you for butterfly, backstroke, and freestyle. As the boys turn through here, Cole is leading the way in that green Australia cap. Not too far behind is Deaton Registi from Ireland, one of our Irish competitors here. He seems to be making up a little bit of ground in this breaststroke leg. And we come down the final leg of this IM. Cole Pearce still out in front. But remember, it's not about what they come in the race, it's how close they can get to the world record for their classification. It comes under the flags. That's a 2:19.90, 724 points. So far, the highest point scorer to get his hand on the wall. Lots of athletes around that 600 point mark. So it does look like Cole is going to come away with the win from Heat 1.
That's a great close spread of points there. You know, you've really got to get out there in this event and try and do your best to get in that final. It's very close.
As our last swimmer hits the wall there, we move on to Heat 2 of our men's 200 metre individual medley for our World Para Series. A few more Aussie caps in this one. We've got Timothy Hodge, Liam Schluter. We've also got Jake Michelle, Callum Simpson and Samuel Gould. So great representation from our Aussie para athletes.
So Timothy Hodge there in lane 4 trains with Sam Short, a fellow Olympian. So they're really middle distance program up there. They have a lot of good middle distance swimmers. Looking very smooth, the centre lanes on this backstroke seems to be an advantage for the lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. Doing the crossover turn there. Some people do tend to miss it out and do the bucket turn, sometimes to get extra oxygen in, but the crossover turn, a bit controversial. If you're completely on, if you're on your front at all, you have to be on your side when you touch that wall. It can be a little bit risky, but well practiced and executed and taught at a young age. The swimmers should be practicing the right thing all the time in training. Timothy Hodge getting a good lead on that breaststroke. As we say, breaststroke is a stroke that sometimes breaststrokers are born and not made. But all 4 of Tim's strokes here, very strong on the freestyle. He's training with Sam Short. I can imagine the back end of their freestyle events will be paramount in training. Yeah, Tim Hodge, 887 points there. So another good swim. Then 5, Sheila getting 791, 785 from Franklin Smith there in lane 6. So another good calibre of swimming there, 600. Simpson in lane 8, also with 708 points. And 759 points from Huang in lane 0. So it's a big tussle to get into this final tonight for these para athletes in the 200 IM. What a great standard.
So now we move on to event 76. This is the men's 150 metre individual medley for our multi-class World Para Series. Now this is a bit of a different event. Our able-bodied athletes do not compete in this one. In the 150 IM, athletes complete 1 lap of backstroke, then breaststroke, and then freestyle. Now there is definitely some absolute royalty in this race, including your swimmer in lane 4, Ahmed Kelly. He is a silver medalist from the Tokyo Paralympics in this particular event. He was also world champion, getting the gold in the 150 IM as well. So very, very impressive athlete for this particular race. We'll be 100% keeping an eye on what he can do here this morning.
Scooter Patterson, he's in lane 5. Ahmed and Scooter, great friends, great competitors, always up against each other.
Yes, they actually consider themselves to be best friends, which I just love so much about the swimming community, is not only do you race against these people, but as soon as you're out of that pool, you're best buds too. So there's a lot of competition and a lot of challenges in the water, but once they get out, it's all nothing but love there. It's just such good relationships.
Yes, that's right. I mean, you know, they seem to, a lot of swimmers, you know, can do that. They can be rivals in the pool and friends outside. I think that's a great trait to have. It's like, you know, no matter who's the winner on that day, you know, to be able to put that aside and be great friends is a wonderful aspect of swimming. You really see these guys, they've got great power and the ability to scull in on their breaststroke. You know, watching it live here on pool deck, you can actually see the power they've got from that sculling action. And breaststroke, it's all about feeling the water, the scull, you know, it's not really forcing it, and they're just swimming their own technique. And yeah, it's really impressive to watch them.
So Roman Zandov, our swimmer in lane 3, will turn for the final 50 in the lead. Now his classification is an S4, so it is one above that of Ahmed and Grant. Scooter Patterson. As they come down, Ahmed's just moved himself into second place here. We know that breaststroke is one of his favorite swims, so it's not really surprising. Also, something we spoke about yesterday is that Ahmed does butterfly arms on his freestyle. Now remember, in freestyle you can do any stroke. It is freestyle. And Ahmed and Grant are both the same classification. So between those two, whoever gets themselves onto that wall first is the winner.
I think Grant's having a great go here. You know, he's thinking, right, I'm going to push him in these heats.
Yeah, Scooter is definitely not just letting Ahmed get away here.
No.
Really working his way back into it. We often see after the breaststroke leg, the distance between athletes almost doubles off the wall. But Grant's done such a great job in working his way in. It's not going to be that much difference between the two of them as we come down to the finish there. So unfortunately, we can't see the total point score on our scoreboard right now to compare, but we do know, being the same classification, Ahmed will have a higher point score than Grant. We're unsure of what Roman's point score will be, but our technical officials and our team behind all those computers, they'll have those for us.
Great race there. All right, women's 200 IM now.
So now it is the ladies' turn, the women's 200-meter individual medley for our multi-class World Para Series. We have 2 heats in this race. Once again, some big names on the world stage in this heat. From heat 1, just to name a few, Lucky Patterson in lane 3. She burst onto the world stage at Paralympics, had such a successful campaign there. We've also got Jasmine Greenwood in that middle lane. Jasmine's been having a great meet here, someone we've really noticed standing out in events. But don't discount those visitors. Few of them in this heat. We've got Anastasia Dimitrov from Spain, just 15 years old, over here competing at a world level event. How incredible that is to see. What an amazing opportunity for her to be part of this World Para Series. 9 events all over the globe, an opportunity to travel and do what you love. As we come into the first turn, and it is Jasmine Greenwood out in front leading us through. A swimmer from Australia, that green cap.
Do you know what the plus 12?
No, I was going to ask.
Thank you. And the girls turn in for their breaststroke leg now. Jasmine still has a nice lead. And Jasmine ends with a 771 points, 771 points rather.
This 200 IM's proving to have a really high point score for everyone. It's fantastic that they're so close to the world records in these events.
As Heat 2 gets underway here in the women's 200 IM for the World Paris Series. I do just
Could we
want to
please
make
have
a
a
quick
representative from
mention
Highlanders to the
about
technical
the swimmer
director's
in
desk,
lane
please?
0 from
Representative from
United States
Highlanders.
of America, Haven Shepherd. I was so lucky to get to speak to Haven last night on pool deck. She had an afternoon off and told me that she was thoroughly enjoying just absolutely soaking up the atmosphere of being here and getting the opportunity to watch and experience these races. This 200 IM is her main event for the weekend, so we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on her point score. She is an S8 swimmer. She's swimming out of that far lane over in O. She's also kind of, to me, the heart and soul, at just 20 years old, of that United States touring team here at the World Para Series. Every time there's a USA swimmer in racing, we can pretty much hear it all the way through our live stream. Coming from the other side of the pool, she is the loudest cheerer. She is absolutely living her main character live. And I just wish her the absolute best of luck for the rest of this swim this morning as the girls come through to turn into their breaststroke leg halfway mark of this IM. Your leader is Rosin Nirain from Ireland in lane 4. S13 swimmer, really nice breaststroke stroke here. You can see her pushing through to the front of that stroke on the recovery part of the arms, not creating too much splashback. Keeping that nice streamlined stroke out the front. She's really just pulling away from the other girls in this leg. You know, the IM can make such a difference in that breaststroke lap. She turns around first. She comes down the final lap of freestyle.
Yeah, she looks very strong. We have another Irish swimmer, Brady in lane 9. So they've come a long way to come here for this Para Championships. It's really great to see the spread of countries that have come to Melbourne for the World Para Series. I'm sure they're enjoying the weather here. In Europe it will be pretty chilly at the moment. Great point score there, 767. Looks like at the moment, like Roshan Nireen will have the highest point score, but you just don't know. 557 there on the Shepherd. Double Brady coming in now. She's an S6. $537 points. Well done.
We're going to keep with our 200 IM events this morning as we move along. It is now our Victorian Open multi-class event. We have 2 heats. Behind the blocks now is heat 1.
Out in front, Stephanie Brazese from the PLC swim team in Sydney. In lane 2 we've got Amber Stelling already getting a bronze medal in that 100 metres breaststroke and a gold in the mixed able-bodied and para freestyle relay last night. we have quite a mix of classifications here, from S19 down to S6. So as we can see, it doesn't necessarily mean that the guys that are really out in front in lanes 4 and 5 might end up with the highest point score in the end. We have Amelie Springer-Kelly. She actually has her Australian cap on. She's from Cossack. So she's come down here to swim as an Australian in the Victorian Open classification. This is an open meet, so it means that any swimmers from any country, any state can come here and swim this meet.
And we are really so fortunate to get so many of these international athletes, as well as athletes from all across Australia here competing at these championships. It really boosts the standard, makes us have to really push ourselves and make sure we put on those impressive performances. As Stephanie finishes there in a time of 2:39.08. So it looks like a little 3-second PB, not even little, I should say. That's a massive drop in a 200-meter event.
Yeah, she'll be very happy with that. Oh, that's some big points though. From Amelie in lane 6, 682 points.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge, particularly from our Victorian Open group. Just the two swimmers left to finish off now. Amber Stelling coming into the wall here. 3:51.1. Nice little drop for Amber there too. A couple of personal bests in the field here on day 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some very happy swimmers.
Well, it looks like Amber's got the second highest point score there, so yeah, that's a great swim for her and a PB. So she must know she's nearer. She'll get more points for that, nearer to the world record. Extremely hard work at Amber. I see her in the mornings at training. Yeah, she really trains really hard. She deserves that PB.
As Maddie Fox finishes on the wall there. Great work from the girls this morning. So we move on to Heat 2.
Here we are, heat 2 of this 200 medley, multi-class female Vic Open. We have Kira Warwick out in lane 2. She's in year 12 this year, so she's fitting her studies in and her training as much as she can. Coached by Julie Jans at the Frankston Aquatic Centre Park, as it's called there. I used to be part of the Frankston coaching team. I was down at Yawa. Yawa is the Rosebud 50 metre pool. Lovely place to coach and train. Big shout out to those guys from Yawa down in Rosebud. But I don't think, Kira's studies have impacted on her ability to train. She looks very good here. Nice long strokes. Sarah Howe from Ballarat Gold turning in first. Yeah, we range from S6 to S19, so quite a broad range in this race as well. Kira is a very hard trainer. Kira Warwick, she does all the sets that the other kids do there. I've coached her. She really gives it a all in training. So probably the 200, although she does hold the Australian record for the 50 backstroke S6 that she broke last year. I think the 200 would be a good event for her because of her aerobic capacity. So this 200 IM, she's looking very good. But lane 4 with a commanding lead, Sarah Howe.
Yeah, Sarah Howe had a super successful state age championships back in December, scoring an absolute bucket full of medals. We had the chance to interview her, speak to her about how it's all going, how the training is, and she's just another one of those kids who really works hard. So I don't think you can make it to this level without being one of those people. It is very difficult to swim such a high level, particularly in a sport where we can't just turn up to training once or twice a week and rock up to a race and do really well. A lot of effort and energy goes in behind the scenes as Sarah comes down to the wall there. 305.29.
Yes, when you see swimmers on TV, all the top swimmers, the top para swimmers, the thing to remember for young kids is that it is hard work that goes a long way, and dedication. People often say, it's they don't really think about the dedication it takes, and dedication, it's a lot different from the usual routine. It means that you will not miss training come high water. You won't miss it. So that's a good score for Kira, 418 points. Sarah gets 478, and Jordan Berryman there from the West Coast, 561 points. We have Charlotte Murphy. She's from the Aquagym Swim Club, coming in now. She's the same classification as Kira Warwick, so an S6. She's from New Zealand. $264 points for 35.57. Well done to all of those girls.
We now turn our attention to event 80, the men's 50 metre freestyle. We have 17 heats in this event, with the first heat including the names of Cody Simpson. Don't think Isaac made it, but should be a good start to this event.
We've got almost 170 athletes entered into our 50-metre freestyle, just showing the depth of Victorian swimming, plus all of those visitors who have come from far and wide to race the best of the best. In this first heat, keep an eye on William Yang in lane 3. He was our winner of the 100-metre freestyle in a time of 48.5 seconds. Also, Cody Simpson there in lane 6, coming away with the gold in the 50-metre butterfly last night. Now, there is a name in the centre of the pool that you might know, Isaac Cooper. He isn't actually competing and swimming in this event, but he is here floating around this morning. So if you're lucky, you might catch a glimpse of the world champion for 50-metre backstroke, freshly returned from Doha and down here visiting in Melbourne for the weekend. Boys get underway there. It was a good start for Cody Simpson in lane 6. William Liang looks like he's got a little bit more of a powerful kick going on him. Ashton Brinkworth also powering down the pool as the boys come under the flags. It will be William Yang. 22.14. That is a big swim from heats this morning.
Yeah, as a 21.92 is the Victorian record held by Matt Target, one of the members of the 2012 Olympic team. So a heat swim like that, well, you'd expect he would smash that tonight, hopefully. So we've got Japanese swimmer Mishiro Kabane in lane 4. But in that orange cap, Zach Maher from the Carlisle swimming team over in Sydney, coached.
Yeah, it's Masahiro from Japan out in front. Carter Swift looked like he was coming up alongside behind him, but he's just dropped back here into the wall. So it'll be Masahiro in first. Second, Xander Coates. Sneaky swim from him over in lane 6, the boy from Nunawading. Bit of local talent on display there, just in front of Carter Swift in third place.
Yeah, just missing that 22-second milestone there. Third heat, so this will be the seeded heat, so those middle lanes. But Jesse Gorman's here, he's also from St Andrews, so training partner of Isaac Cooper. I'm sure he's raced him many times. He knows that if he can beat him in training, he might stand a chance of winning that World Championships himself.
It's close between the two boys in the centre lanes. Jamie Anderson looks like he's just got a slight advantage as they come under the flags. Gets it by 1/100th. That's how slight.
Yeah, these days you see a lot of ties in 50-metre events. They just can't split them. They do go down to the thousandths of the second, but we don't see that on the scoreboard. Another couple of swimmers missing. So a couple of gaps there, so the boys on the outside just have to be swimming their own race. Looks good though, from up in lane 0, Dante Negri.
Yeah, lane 8 having a ripper as well.
Yeah.
Keir Ogilvie from Canada. He'll get his hand on first there, 24.22, just ahead of Ollie McKenzie in 5. And we did have a little disqualification in that heat, so I imagine, based on this being a 50 freestyle, there's not a lot of things you can be DQ'd for. It's most likely a movement on the block or going too far underwater on that 15. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't notice a 15-metre break. I would say probably that movement on the blocks.
Yeah. Yes, you can't go before the beep. That's a no-no.
Yeah, so not only you can't leave early, but as soon as the starter has said take your marks, you have to be perfectly still. So if you flinch, if you fidget, that can be a disqualification as well. As the boys pop up, and it was lane 8, Joshua Edmund-Smith, who got out to a ripper. Going along with him, beside him in lane 7 is Sebastian Christie Crane, the swimmer from Warrnambool. Those guys look to have this one, but it isn't over until the hand hits that wall. It will be Joshua Edwards-Smith in first. Sneaking into that 23-second range there, 23.97, just ahead of Sebastian, 24.36.
Yeah, he's a backstroke specialist, Joshua Edwards-Smith. He's represented in the World Championships, not recently, the one before. But yeah, he's going for that sprint freestyle too.
This 50 freestyle event, especially on the last day, if you finished all of your main races, it is a bit of fun. The boys love some bragging rights. It's an opportunity to get in and just swim very fast. And there looks to be something going on this side of the pool, because lane 6 and lane 9 are really absolutely going for it in this heat 6. A little bit of action from Alexander Buckland in Alan Uwe in lane 2. That's what I was about to say. There's an empty lane next to him, but he'll get his hand on first there. Not far behind was Ed Meddings, who is also not really known for his freestyle, more of a breaststroke specialist there. So really enjoyable on day 3 of racing here. Get in, have a crack at a 50 free, have a bit of fun. And there's a few of them finishing with that nice smile on their faces, which is absolutely everything that our coaching staff and our families who are watching alongside want to see.
Yeah, the age is ranging from 15 to 22 in there. I've got a 14-year-old in Harrison, Maine. Barter Porowitz here from the Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 4. He is only 14 years of age, so see if he can bring it to the big guys.
And we're on to heat 7. It's pretty even down across the pool.
They had quite a long hold on the start, which makes you wonder if they'd noticed any movement again. So we'll see at the end, but looks like lane 3 is absolutely smashing this early on. Kaylin Nathaniels, the other swimmer from Melbourne Swimming Club, going with the straight arm freestyle approach. Didn't time that finish to perfection, but still gets his hand on the wall in front. 24.64 for Kaylin.
Yeah, both boys there from the Melbourne Swimming Club swimming with that straight arm freestyle. That is chosen for a lot of the 50 freestylers internationally. So they're trying that out to see if it works for them.
Now Alexander Hillman over in lane 1 stayed under quite a long time, got a great start. He's such a good short course competitor because of those impressive skills. But here come the boys in the centre. Jordan Greensill in lane 5. Looks like he's just taken over that lead. 24.56, so just a little bit faster than the heat before, which is always good. It means you might have that possibility of moving up in those rankings.
Yeah, it's not a thing a lot of people, there was a lot of straight arm freestyle there. A lot of coaches hadn't cottoned on to that really a couple of years ago, but it's really changed now. I think a lot of people are trying it out, and it's good to see. It has to be completely straight though, and over in the same plane to make it really effective. You have to really be able to execute it well to make it work for you.
The boys come down, 10 metres left to swim. Julian Leone in the lead. He'll get on first. That looked like a quick swim, 24.85. It's a nice half-second drop, and he gives the big head nod at the end there. He's pleased with that one.
Yeah, half a second PB is really great in a 50-metre event. It only takes 20 seconds, so once again, there's nothing in it between these guys in the middle.
Yeah, Flynn Phillips looks like he's just got a narrow edge over Ryland Wheeler. Flynn known for his longer distance races, so he's having a bit of fun here in a 50, and he's done nicely there, 25.25.
PB?
It is a little PB. I definitely know, coming from a bit of an endurance background, how enjoyable it is to have the opportunity to actually race these 50s, and they are done so quickly. It's a lot nicer than spending 20 minutes in the pool for an event.
Yeah, I think it's good for these boys to get some sprinting in, but you know, when you're used to pacing a race and it's your talent, you know, trying to go fast can be really awkward for people that aren't sprinters.
Now, this race is going to be hard to call. We're just seeing an absolute wall of white. It might be lane 1 there. Callum Rosetto, who comes in first. He does 25.43. Samuel Nadler in second there, 25.55. So that's what we expect from these races. Only 0.4 of a difference in time between first and 10th across the pool.
Off to heat 12, we have an international from Korea, Deong Song. Sorry if I got that wrong, but he's 12 years old. So that's very impressive.
This Korean team has brought over so many great young talented athletes. As we come down, Jeremy Batard having a good swim here, as looks like Max Hussey over in lane 3. Max will get it, 25.33. Jeremy in second, 25.40.
Yeah, those Korean men in the freestyle at the World Championships in Doha were absolutely outstanding, and they're really young, so I guess he's the one to look out for the future.
Absolutely, and it's so exciting to have Korea bringing a team over. We've put on such a great championship, so it would be lovely to get them back year after year and really try and raise the standard of our swimming as well. I know a lot of these older guys definitely don't want to be beaten by those young 12-year-olds, so it's going to push them along just that little bit more as we come down the pool here. Yuan Lokma in 7. Grabs that one there, 25.72. Second was Jaden G out in lane 0. The Cheltenham swimmer loves the sprint freestyle there, gets his hand on the wall. Second in that heat.
Yeah, Anya, you say if you've got a lane, you've got a chance, and there we go again. The outside lane's taking it out.
Absolutely. And it's heat 14.
Yeah, I think it's really great practice, even like getting an opportunity to race in those outside lanes. As we saw earlier, I mean, they put Emma McKeon out in lane 9. So even these elite athletes, you're not always going to have things go your way. You're not always going to have those center lanes. And you just have to be able to block that out and perform no matter where you're situated in the pool. But this race was all those centre lanes. Jack Simsick in lane 4, swimming from Melbourne Swimming Club. He trains out of their Geelong base. So one of those swimmers was with Mark McGran, who's just moved over to take over the Wrighton program, now trained under Lucky, one of the favourite coaches from around the Geelong area for such a long period of time. Just a really great guy too, always up for a chat. which is definitely something I enjoy when I talk to people before races.
Yeah, Gianluca Paradiso here in lane 4. He's from the Melbourne Swimming Club, 14 years of age.
He's doing really well here, as is lane 6, Enrico Villegas.
Yeah, that's right. Riley Lowe taking that out. He's 15 from Traralgon. We have a multi-class swimmer in this event. An S10, Riley Moore from Woy Woy Swim Club. He's got that great straight arm recovery. But next to him in lane 4, Julian Birch, 13 years old from Melbourne. He's giving it a crack. Oh, outside again. Liam Donnellan, Cheltenham. Took nearly a second off his entry time.
Which brings us to heat 17, the final heat of our men's 50-metre freestyle. There's a nice little battle going on out in lanes 7 and 8 between Cooper Rushmeyer and Brian Wong. Cooper just absolutely charging through. He's had a phenomenal meet, starting to swim a lot smarter races and time things well, and he's done that on the finish there too. 25.87 for Cooper. He'll be pleased with that one. A good way to finish on his birthday.
So we have the women's 200 IM now. Obviously the first 3 heats being the fastest heats. 6 heats in this event. Have some people missing out of this heat, so nobody in those middle lanes. Kaylee McEwen deciding not to compete in this event, even though she has one of the fastest times in the world.
Yeah, that really opens up a lot of doors here. Missing lanes 4 and 5. That is your first fastest qualifier and your 4th fastest qualifier coming into this event. So that's 2 spots in the final that can be just absolutely grabbed by some of our youngsters from Victoria. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of people vying for that opportunity this morning. Now we've had quite a few 200 IMs on our program today. 200 IM, it's 1 lap of every stroke. Those changeovers, the turns where we change from one stroke to another, are so important in this race. They can make or break your swim. They're also an easy way to gain time and really catch up and close the gap if you are a little bit behind. Just working those walls a little bit harder, having that speed going in, you can maintain your speed and not lose it coming off.
There is an infraction report.
Yeah,
for
Alana Torrance
80,
looking very comfortable
heat
there on that
4.
backstroke.
The swimmer in lane 4
She's
has
obviously
been
a very good
disqualified.
backstroker and therefore can
Initiated
back
a
off a little
start
bit
before
on
the
that.
signal. That is event 80, heat 4.
But yeah, looking
lane
very
4.
comfortable. I know Sojin Huang over there in lane 1. She's a very good breaststroke swimmer. So some of these girls may have a very strong breaststroke. Yep, we can see it. Dakota Mathers there in lane 6. Pushing on through.
Yeah, Dakota came out firing on that breaststroke, really pushing herself up into a dominant position, but Alana Torrance has almost built this breaststroke lap. She was a little bit slower off the wall, but she's just starting to reclaim that lead as we come under the flags. She'll hit first. About half a body length or half a stroke behind is Dakota Mathers over in 6th. So those two girls, they've got the 2 empty lanes between them. Doesn't mean they won't still be able to see each other, particularly Dakota, who's breathing towards Alana here down this last lap. Now these girls really vying for that spot in the top 10. Got a very good chance of qualifying if they can come first and second in this heat, but you still have to post a time fast enough that the rest of these girls in other heats don't go quicker. So Alana onto the wall, 222.31, Dakota 223.96. And it was Lauren Maguire from lane 8 who got on just 1/10 of a second faster than Maddie Cooper to grab a third there.
Heat 2 of 6 is 200 medley. Isabella Boyd in lane 4, she got that bronze medal in the 100 freestyle. She's mainly known for her butterfly and her freestyle, but recently she has been taking on the 100 metre breaststroke. And I think that will set her in good stead in this 200 IM, because she really does have 4 good strokes. Even her backstroke is strong. So
yeah, that's definitely something we've been seeing a lot of, those athletes who are good all-rounders, spending that bit of extra time working the breaststroke leg because it does become so important. A good example is Kaylee McEwen, who is a wonderful IM swimmer. Unfortunately not racing that event today, but her breaststroke now, she won our Victorian State Championships for the 100 breaststroke, and she's got one of the fastest 100 breaststrokes in the country at the moment, all from being a backstroker and an IMer.
yeah, Isabel coming in there, but I'm afraid she needs to get her head back a little bit. She's got quite a high head position on that backstroke. All the other girls have their heads back, so she probably could improve on that a little bit, but she's taken a commanding lead and she has a nice long glide on that breaststroke. Coached by Joel Fink, who has coached Tom Dean back in the UK, who is a 200 freestyle Olympic gold medalist. So Joel was at the University of Bath for a long time. He was the assistant coach to Ian Pope, and so he has a lot of experience that he's passed on to Isabella Boyd.
Piper Bryan just making up a little bit of ground there on Isa Boyd in lane 4, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Isa looks like she's just switched off a little bit in this last lap. She's seen she's in the lead. She knows what time the girls in the heat prior did. She's just having a little look at where Piper is. Piper bringing in those legs. She wants to catch up, maybe make up as much ground, get a fastest time as she can in the morning. Coach waving her on there. She's a swimmer from Rackley Hibiscus. Big glide in there from Izal, 220.32. Piper Bryan, 221.98. And Bridie Quayle in 225.78 takes third from heat 2.
Yeah, 220 and 221. It's not that hard, really, when you're looking at the times. Anything under a 225 might stand a chance of making this final. So I think the girls reserving quite a bit of energy for the finals this morning. Lily Caution lane 2, one of the up-and-coming young swimmers in Victoria, getting Victorian records in the sprint championships here. She also was in her age group Victorian Swimmer of the Year for her age group, so a good all-rounder, Lily. Charlie Millard, strong breaststroker. She's out in lane 6. She turns in second place behind Lucy Dring, who's from
and if you want to talk about fast breaststrokers, I'd also be keeping an eye on lane 7, Riddell Smith, sister to Brendan Smith and Michaela Smith. So some breaststroke and IM royalty within that family. Riddell having her first win in a final over Michaela on night 1 here. She seemed pretty happy about it too as the girls come down to turn into that ever important breaststroke leg. Charlie Millard up alongside Lucy Dring here. Lucy did swim some races earlier today.
Sometimes it's good to have that breaststroke, but you know, really can't let people go that far. Riddell is coming back. I don't know what her freestyle's like, but we'll see shortly.
Yes, here comes Riddell. She's just caught up to Lucy Dring. She's not quite going to catch Charlie Millard, also a great breaststroker. And then we will see what happens on this final 50. Riddell bringing in the legs. Looks to have a little bit more energy in the tank than Charlie. She's just coming up alongside her now. Charlie breathing away from Riddell. Lucy Dring also breathing towards the two girls in the outside lanes, just shifting herself forward too. So I know Lucy's got a great background in those events like 200 fly. She'll get her hand on first. She does. 224.67. Not far behind though was Riddell Smith, 225 flat. And then Lucy Webster actually also got in front of Charlie Millard onto that finish to get up third from heat 3. So I think around that 225 mark is going to be the standard for tonight's final to make it in. But I'm sure we're going to see some much faster performances this evening.
Yeah, so heat 4 of 6 we have Mackie Bridge, another great breaststroke swimmer. Had a great 50 breaststroke yesterday.
And the girls have just
Young
finished.
swimmer. Oh, sorry. You go ahead. No, I'm sorry, Anya. Go on.
Girls are doing now their breaststroke leg. Again, the outside lanes, Celeste Ellis from Geelong doing a good lap here.
Yeah, Celeste Alice, main stroke is this backstroke leg, so she's going to try and get as much of an advantage coming into this wall as possible. Made some Australian age national qualifying times last year.
Yeah, she chose that crossover turn, although it did look a little bit ropey, but it was a crossover turn. It's really hard for the swimmers. They have to practice that a lot because when it comes to races and you've got nerves, you know, it's quite a difficult turn to do, and, you know, hats off to anyone who gives it a go.
And looks like in lane 2 is Zoe Schneider is doing a very nice lap. She is a breaststroker, so. But in first we have Amity Lansbury turning in first. And the girls are putting in their 6-beat kick
Wow, yes.
down this lap and down the final stretch. Putting
Yeah,
in
very
every
difficult,
ounce of
changing
energy
from
that they have left. And it does look like Amity will be finishing first in a time of 2:30.36. In second, Greta Seville in a time of 2:31.56. And in third, we have in lane 8, Grace Doby in a time of 2:31.70.
So just 2 more heats of this 200 IM. So we've got 2 14-year-olds here, Caitlin Ord and Mia Masud from Essendon, and also Emerson Hogan from Ivanhoe. So those 3 girls must race each other in the same age group all the time. Mia not coming to this morning's session. Annabelle Jorgensen taking out that fly. She's from Cheltenham Swimming Club. Well, once again, it's the outside lanes that are out in the lead. Lane 2, Caitlin Ord. As we know, it can all change. Let's see if they choose that crossover turn or the traditional bucket turn. Yep, there's one. Lane 6. And she has gained an advantage from doing that. Came out first on that breaststroke. Madeline Harvey. Also from Cheltenham.
Looks like the 2 Cheltenham girls are having a good crack at this 50-metre breaststroke leg.
But Jessica Proudlock's really coming through on this breaststroke. And that orange cap, very distinctive from the Tiger Sharks Swimming Club.
It's going to be a really interesting last 50. I know Annabelle, training under Kelly Stubbins there at Cheltenham, should have a very solid final lap. She does a lot of that longer distance freestyle work, and it's just starting to show here as she's pulling away, brings in that big 6-beat kick. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch Annabelle. Maddie Harvey, still so young, really up-and-coming talent there, just learning how to train hard, and she's really seeing the results from that too. But it will be Annabelle who comes down under the flags and takes out Heat 5, 2:29.86. Yeah, she should be stoked with that swim. And it's not too far off the pace for making some of those finals, so it's only about a second a lap off being in that A final, which is very impressive coming out of Heat 5.
And we're on to our last heat, Heat 6.
That's a nice start there by Rihanna Chen. I watched her throughout this weekend. She's a great butterflyer, so you know she has those awesome dolphin kicks underwater. And a couple of her races, she just didn't have the speed on that dolphin kick, and it was kind of letting her down. I know she spoke with her coach Brian yesterday about really utilizing her skills. She's already put that into practice here this morning.
So yeah, Rhiannon on her backstroke looking like she has just slowed her timing down a bit there.
But Maya Roberts in lane 2 looks like she'll be turning in first for the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, she's from South Gippsland Bass, 14-year-old out there in the country. Saw her at the country championships in her age group. Very talented young swimmer. I know that their coach Dylan has been concentrated on breaststroke a lot in his training program. He realised that not a lot of people do concentrate on breaststroke and kind of use, it's an incidental. So he made it a priority, and he's having a lot of success with his breaststroke swimmers. But yeah, out in front there, lane 5, Chloe Burke. She's from Melton. I think I've said that name quite a lot this 3 days,
Yes.
and Melton have done a good job, haven't
They
they?
do have a couple of good swimmers out there, so
Yeah, their coach, he's tough. I think I've heard he's really tough. He's had a lot of good swimmers out of his program out there in Melton.
well, it does look like Chloe will be coming in first in this heat in a time of 2:33.38, which is a very nice 2-second PB. In second, in lane 2, we have Maya Roberts in 2:35.13, and in third, Charlotte Hill in 2:35.53.
Well done
Well
for
done,
those
girls.
girls.
They're all PBs, so
Yeah,
well done.
fabulous.
Now we're on to event 82, the men's 400 metre IM. There are 3 heats in this event.
All right, this is the second heat of the 400 IM, because tonight's fastest heat will be swum as a straight final. So those guys will be resting up. But you can still win from the second heat, as it's a timed final. So if you are the fastest overall, even though tonight's swimmers will be swimming tonight, if you go fast in this race, you can be the winner. There have been some Olympic winners in a semi-final who, if they'd have just got into the Olympic final, would have won the gold medal. Unfortunately, men's 400 freestyle, Los Angeles Olympics, 1984, that happened. But here we have lane 4. Joshua Tasita from ACT Blacktown in New South Wales.
Swimmers, coaches, please note this is the only heat in event 82. Swimmers in 83 should be reporting for check-in now. Also, there is no 1500 this morning. So that's swimmers for 83, please check in now, and there will be no 1500 run this morning.
We've just had the announcement, this is the only 400 IM this morning, so the third heat, they must have dropped out in the third heat. So we only have this 400 IM heat this morning. As you can see, some of the names have been combined from what was on the programme. So quite a number of swimmers have decided not to take up the opportunity to swim this 400 IM.
Yeah, I also believe we had a couple of scratchings from the actual final, so that top 10. So a few of these guys moved across as well.
So here we go. It's the final 2 laps of this 100 freestyle of the 400 IM. Yeah, we've got Joshua Tasita up there. He's led from start to finish.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic race here this morning, but also doing phenomenally is the Victorian boy Brian Zheng in lane 5. Swims for MLC Aquatic. Definitely know the coaches there. Love an IM.
Yes, Gary Barclay has coached with them at MLC. He was an IM swimmer himself. Australian champion a few times. So, yeah, they do love a bit of IM work at MLC.
Joshua finishing there in a 4:38.39. Brian will hit in second, and then it's going to be the other swimmer from MLC, Nicholas Liu, who picks up third, so I'm out in lane 9.
That's a 4-second PB for Nicholas. Well worth his efforts.
Very nice drop there. Shifting our attention down to the other end of the pool now, we go back to some speedy little 50-metre sprints. It's event 83, the women's 50-metre backstroke. Now, we did think that maybe Kaylee McEwen had pulled out of that IM to focus on this event. She is meant to be our fastest qualified swimmer, which is no surprise considering she is the world record holder in this race. But it looks like we're not going to see a swim from Kaylee this morning, so I wonder if she's just having a bit of a day off, maybe not so happy with her performances yesterday. Could be a range of reasons, but there will be no Kaylee McEwen racing in Heat 1. So takeaway lane 4. That will mean our fastest qualifier in this event is Gabby Fa'amusili. She'll be in lane 4 in the next heat. She's another one of our visiting athletes over here from New Zealand, Club 37.
Yes, Emra Olawani in lane 3. Trained for a while up at the St Peter's Swimming Club up in Brisbane. Alongside Ariane Titmus and crew.
Yeah, Semra also having a little bit of a backed off year last year. She completed her year 12 studies.
Yeah, Jacqueline Barclay, she just got a medal in the 200 backstroke. She's from St Peter's, so they have a lot of good backstrokers there. So pulling themselves directly up off that start, you can see nice straight back, not pulling themselves too far in. 50 back, it's usually about stroke rate, so the faster that you can rate, but you still have to keep your head back and catch on that water at the top of your stroke, I like to say. And that's what lane 5's doing, Alyssa Burgess. Oh, 29.33. A little bit off her entry time, but looked very good from Western Australia breakers.
Good heat swim there. 3 athletes under that 30-second mark. So that's going to be pretty much the standard set. I'd expect most of these girls to be aiming to go under that sub 30. and secure themselves a spot in this hotly contended final tonight.
Yeah, we've got a few New Zealanders in here, all from Club 37. 3 of them, then 4, 5 and 7. Let's hope they don't have it all their own way, but yeah, I think Gabby.
Yeah. Gabby got a great start in underwater there. Over half a body length lead just off the first 15 metres, and she's just progressing through here. Really powerful athlete. She's a little bit slower on that stroke rate than some of the other girls, but you can see the strength and the distance she gets for each of those strokes that she takes.
That's a great 28.81. Couple of people missing from this, but Kira Jeff's there in lane 1. The 13-year-old has had a fantastic meet from the Yarra Plenty Waves Club.
A couple more swimmers missing from this race, but Olivia Lafoe in lane 4. Just a great 200 backstroke on night 1. She's been super successful.
Oh,
Another
28.
one of those Nana Wadding girls, 28.68. So one of our fastest qualifiers so far going into tonight's final. Alexandra Skinner, they're just missing out on going sub 30, 30.22.
Yeah, it's a good swim from her, really on her PB.
Interested to watch the underwater from Alicia Brownbill. She actually picked up a DQ yesterday for going too far. She's popped up a little bit earlier in today's swim. It was Jessie Steinman, though, who stayed under right to that 15-metre mark. I love to call this girl the stroke rate queen. Look at the speed those arms go around, absolutely powering her forward, surging her down the pool in this 50-metre backstroke. Can she hold on? Annie Steele has come back at her in the last half. It's going to come down to touch.
Ooh, Sian Whittaker came through there. She's the 26-year-old. She works at the VIS here, so they did a great job, those girls. Here we have Stephanie Moran, lane 4 from Bendigo East. As we said, great backstrokers have come out of that club and continue to.
Yeah, good starts from the girls in 4 and 5, but Mel Sharp out in lane 9. She powered away off the beginning of this race. See if she can hold onto it. Sylvia Chaco in lane 3, also pushing hard. She'll get it on the touch there. So Sylvia, 31.38, just ahead of Melissa Sharp, 31.63, and a little bit of action from this side of the pool again for third, Sarah Cooper.
Again, we have some swimmers missing here, but that doesn't matter. To lane 5, Matilda Clark from Surrey Park Swimming Club. They train outdoors, so she'll be used to this. But again, on the outside, in lane 0, Jordan Barnwell, Nudden Wooding. And again, Alicia Clark, Nudden Wooding, takes it out from an outside lane.
The two outside lanes, first and second.
Again, yep. This certainly is proving a popular event. There's 10 heats, so we're into heat 7. Kayla Pratt taking the lead. She's in lane 7, so lucky 7 so far.
Yeah, the girls in the centre didn't get the best start, so they're trying to work their way through this field now, but looks like lane 6, Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass is going to win this heat, 31.91. Just behind her was Kayla Pratt, who got off to that better start there from lane 7.
Those country girls did very well there. So we have 2 missing, but Tiffany met in lane 3. She's only 12 years of age. She's streaking out there in front at that top end of the pool, but coming down here in lane 8, Madeline Harvey. They won't be able to see each other, so they'll be swimming their own races. Yes, Madeline Harvey takes it out second. Kira Shaw, and then third, Tiffany Met, that 12-year-old she's from the Melbourne Vic Centre Swimming Club, so she's at home here.
Hannah Wagner there in lane 1 from Bayside Swimming Club got up and racing quickly, but here comes this side of the pool. Emma Grave keeping her arms and her stroke rate up very high here. Also, Celeste Alice, she's back again after just having swum the 200 IM. We know she's got great backstroke. Can she back it up? It's hard to sprint after a 200. She does get her hand on the wall first there, 32.44.
Yeah, Cardini Piranha's there looking for a new coach. So Emma Grave at the moment, without a head coach, Cardini, they're really looking for somebody. So any of you coaches out there, it's a great club to work for. They've got very talented swimmers there.
On to our last heat of the 50-metre backstroke. And looks like Perry Franco from Caulfield Aquatics had a very good start. And also out in lane 0, Ciara Hutchinson from Western Melbourne Propulsion.
Yeah, Perry's got a great start in all of her strokes. She's got that fast twitch. But it's the outside lanes again. Oh. Only split by the middle there, so lane 5, Eloise Pride takes it out. Second, Rose McDonald, and third, Lily Chan, lane 2. Men's 100 backstroke next, and as we can see, the Victorian record is held by Ashley Delaney, the coach of Isaac Cooper. He swam at the Nunawading Swimming Club for many years, and he also started off in the country at Sales Swimming Club. He's now up on the Gold Coast, well, the Sunshine Coast at St Andrews, but he's down here with his swimmers. So back to his Victorian roots this long weekend.
Yeah, Ash is alongside the pool right now, about to watch this event, standing there having a bit of a chat to the Caulfield coach, Kenny Monk, also an Australian Olympic team member. Plenty of royalty around pool deck this weekend here.
Yeah, they're great friends, along with Andrew Lauderstein, another Olympian. He's involved with the Bayside Swimming Club and also owns Engine Swim. But yeah, they are great friends. In swimming, you usually make lifelong friends, so it's great to have the fact that, you know, you meet people of like-mindedness. It's a fantastic family to be involved with.
Now, something I really enjoy watching at the start of these races is just the strength of the athletes that is required to perform these backstroke starts. We've just got one athlete making sure that their wedge or slash ledge is in the correct position. So they're having a problem. It doesn't want to stay in the right spot. They'll just swap it over, make sure he's able to start the race. Tio's getting onto that nice and quickly there. And you can see the athletes, they set these wedges up to a particular height that they're used to practicing with. There's different numbers on the side of the ledge when you set it, so you know anytime you come to a competition, that is your number, that's what you set your ledge on. As they pull up nice and high. Whole bodies coming out of the water, just held up by your arms and the balls of your feet on that wall. Zach Dell there, the fastest qualifier in this event, got the better of the starts. He's had a great weekend. We've seen him in multiple finals, picked up a few medals here at the Victorian Open Championships. One of our visitors, he comes from Club 37 as well, over in New Zealand.
Historically, New Zealand have had great backstrokers too. Anna Simcic was one. She won Commonwealth Game gold medals, Olympic medals. They've been having a lot of success recently as well, New Zealand. So it's good to see they've come over here to join us. Seabom Lee there, he's in lane 2. He is a Tokyo Olympian in the 200 IM. He's a very versatile swimmer. Swims almost every event sometimes. But Zach Dell took that out in a good time, 56.0.
Seabom Lee there, good
finish.
finish.
Yeah, he did, good finish. And then Stuart Swinburne from the city of Sydney. So 2 Sydney swimmers there, getting 2nd and 3rd. But the record here, the all-comers record, is a 52.98 from 2007. Aaron Pearsall, one of my all-time favourite swimmers. Beautiful technician on the backstroke from the USA.
So once again, just moving those ledges around.
This is a little bit like doing a false start years ago when they used to do a false start to, like, you know, give it a bit of extra time to, you know, get used to it. Sometimes you wonder, might it be a little bit of gamesmanship? I don't know.
It's an interesting one. I know we've recently brought in a rule you can't swim out or away from the wall before the start of the backstroke, whereas that used to be something people did as well. They'd dive in and swim out to 15 and have a little bit of a trudge back, starting to warm up their body before the beginning of the race and making other people wait around. So they can no longer do that. You do wonder if there might be a little bit of tactics here. But also, if the swimmers are just genuinely concerned about their ledge, that it's not secure or it's not setting to the right number, it is only fair that they have the equal, the no extra advantage or disadvantage at the beginning of the race.
Absolutely, that's right. You wouldn't want that.
Not much in it coming up the first 50 in Heat 2 here. Very close between 5, 6 and then 4 as well.
Yeah, Ken Fellows, also from New Zealand, so those New Zealanders across the pond from us, you know, bringing it over here, which is good.
And Kane's come off that wall and put the foot down here, starting to pull away from the others in this race, keeping that stroke so smooth, the head not moving at all there. You can see the other boys a little bit bouncier, and that might be contributing to losing a bit of speed in that second 50. So Kane hits the wall 56.05 to take out Heat 2.
That Marius Ball, he's only 19. He looked very smooth. He looked good. He looks like a one for the future. So we have two of Kendrick Monk swimmers in Caulfield Aquatics in lane 1, and Xavier Purcell and Callum Hadler and Lavelle. And also next to them, Lewis Blackburn from Ash Delaney's club at St Andrews. So I wonder if there's a little bit of rivalry here between the two of them this morning, watching their swimmers. Also excitingly, Henry Allen in lane 6. He's from Bendigo East. He's only 15 years of age and won his national age category. So he's an exciting one to look out for. Very talented. Has a good somatotype for backstroke. Tall, rangy.
Yeah, for sure. Having that stroke length is going to be super helpful for your backstroke races. But in the event like the 100, it's also the speed in which you can get those arms around. So not only having those long limbs, but being able to utilize them and really sprint through the water.
Wow, they really held them there. You can see their muscles starting to shake.
They did, and it's affected a few of the boys on this side of the pool. Henry Allen being one of them, ended up slipping off that block quite substantially and having to do a lot of work here to catch up. The reason they held is because they can't start the race until every athlete has assumed that take your marks position. And the boys in the middle waited, so they knew everyone else was going to pull up early. They waited as long as they could before they pulled up so that they didn't have to hold that position and waste their energy before the start of the race.
That's right. So there we go. There's a bit of gamesmanship or using it to your advantage, you know. And sometimes that actually it comes into it and can be quite important. But at the same time, the more experienced athletes would show that, whereas Henry being 15, he's got a little bit to learn yet, I think, of that.
Absolutely. He was one of the first to get up into that start position. So you always know if you're first up there, you're waiting for everyone else. Unfortunately, it is a learning game, a little bit like that. I do know now often the officials will actually restart the race if some athletes are taking too long to get into that position, because it is unfair to those guys who have been up for a long time. They get one warning to pull up earlier, and if on the second time they still don't pull up early enough, the race will just start without them and they will be disqualified. So that is a pretty recent ruling that they've brought in for that backstroke start to purposely avoid having these situations and people playing games for too long. There is a reasonable amount of time, but there is also an unreasonable amount of time.
Yeah, 55 seconds from Lewis Blackburn in that previous heat, so that's one of the faster times. And we've got a few people missing here, but lane 3, Max Gardner, he's taken the opportunity.
Looks like Eamon McCarthy
Oh,
has
he's in
turned
lane
around
4.
in first. But out in lane 9, Dominic Suey from MLC seems to be having a good race.
The Warrnambool swimmer looks good.
But it is Eamon that will have finished in first in a time of 1.00.22.
That's a PB for him for about a second. It's good.
And heat 5, often racing, we had William from Watkins from Surrey Park coming up first.
Yeah, just interesting to note, Tarwin Prum in lane 5 stayed under for a very long time there. We have to keep in mind your head must surface at that 15-metre rope. So, look, from my angle, I'm not directly in line with that 15, but geez, he was close to going over there. It's either the sign of an absolutely brilliant start where you just make it up perfectly in time, or maybe the potential of going a little bit too far over. So we'll wait and see. He is leading us through. Those good underwater skills have definitely helped him out in this 100. Harrison Main working hard to try and make up the ground, but I don't think he's going to catch Tarwin. Also doing well was Joel Cruz in lane 6. It's going to be a fight for second in this heat. Tarwin hits 101.49. Harrison Main in second there, 103.12.
Wow.
A very delayed reaction there by Luke O'Sullivan in lane 5.89. So he'll have a little bit of work to do to catch up.
Yeah, well, Alexander Hillman there in lane 2, he was up and away. 0.55 and yeah, really great underwater from him. So let's hope he's got the back end to match the front.
He definitely has the skill set. You'll watch him come off this wall. He gets beautiful depth off those nice big butterfly or dolphin kicks in a super tight streamline. No one is really going to make up much ground on the skills, but it's this swim part where the other boys sort of start to make their move. Tom Urquhart in lane 3 from Ballarat Gold Swimming Club there, coming up alongside Alexander Hillman right now and looks to be overtaking him as they come under the flags.
Yeah, sometimes that oxygen deficit that you build up on going a long way underwater can really take its toll down that last part of the second 50. So it's a fine line between, you know, getting a good advantage from it and being able to bring it home and have the oxygen capacity and fitness to keep it going. But yeah, he just paid for it a little bit, I think, there, Alexander Hillman. But good swim from both of them there.
And off to heat 7. And we have a master swimmer, Darius Schultz, in lane 6. Off to a good start. And next to him we have Sebastian Eagle, a nephew of our great Australian Dolphins legend Michael Klim.
That's right. Sebastian Eagle is 16, Darius Schultz 32, half the age, but Darius doing well. Yes, Michael Klim, an absolute great for Victorian swimming.
Absolutely.
He was in that, magical era with Ian Thorpe and the smashing of the guitars.
Sydney Olympics, right?
Oh.
Great memories.
I think everybody remembers that, especially the Americans.
Or they'd rather forget, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, probably not Sebastian Eagle, who's only 16 years old, so...
Yeah, that's right. But being a family member, his uncle, he's going to be a ledge in the family, hasn't he? Mind you, sometimes kids think, yeah, that was a long time ago. We're the new generation.
In first we had Samuel came in first for that heat. And off to our last heat for the 100 metre backstroke.
We've got 2 tiger shark swimmers in those orange caps, very distinctive. And saying that cap was up there first from Cooper Lambert. Cooper just finished year 12 this year. I think he's going into to university. He had a very good score on his ATAR, so well done to you, Cooper. Turning first though, Moston Lumsden from the South Gippsland Bass Swimming Club, coached by Dylan Muir. They're across a number of sites, Lee and Gather being one. So out near Phillip Island, another beautiful place to holiday in Victoria. But I think perhaps, lane 4, Maximilian Kohler. He's from Camberwell Grammar. Beautiful. Oh no, Dominic Butcher.
Yeah, down to touch there. And I don't actually think the touchpads have gone off correctly. They're still showing a time that looks wrong, so I believe that you did call it correctly. We just have a bit of a timing issue that'll be fixed behind the scenes for us.
Yeah, I think the timing system, it's a long weekend. It's getting hit a lot. Every single race, it's getting punched, I suppose, so you'd get a bit tired, wouldn't you? I mean, when you think about it, this equipment, it does get a lot of use, but it's very well looked after here by Swimming Victoria, and we do have the system that's cameras, so that you can get a backup time. Yeah, the Hawkeye system, it's been taken on board throughout the world. It was created here in Victoria at MSAC. Swimming Victoria very proud of the fact that they created this Hawkeye system. And we have a birthday boy, not in this heat, but in the next heat of this multi-class freestyle 200.
Yeah, so we move on now to event 85. This is our World Para Series back in action here. The men's 200 meter freestyle, those 4 fast laps. So we head down the pool now. It's Ricky Batar in lane 3, pushing us out quickly there.
we have the Polish coach. He's videoing his swimmer. Always a good thing to video your athletes, look back on it, because sometimes in the excitement and the pressure of the race, you just can't remember, you know, some of the finer things, unless you write it down, of course, but you don't want to miss a second, do you, of their race?
Absolutely not. And that's one of the phenomenal things that about us having our live streaming service now. It's such a great tool that coaches are able to utilize post-race. They can go back, re-look at things. So massive shout out to the boys from Big Voice Media. They do such an amazing job with our footage. Our commentary team always on the ball. We love having this ability. We appreciate being streamed on Kayo Freebies. We're also on YouTube. So make sure, even if you don't get a chance to tune in necessarily during the races, every single time you go back and have a watch afterwards.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't realise that. We should tell the coach from Poland that he can do that. So yeah, this is fantastic, I've got to say. Well, yeah, that's right, you are. You could tell him in Polish. What an advantage. We should have you getting the intel on those Polish swimmers. Just stand and listen.
As the boys come down to finish now, it was Alexander Tuckfield, 158.47, did so well in the second 100 of that 200, really showcased that back end speed, got a score of 773. Now, Sun Lok Chung, the swimmer from Hong Kong though, has absolutely smashed out the S14 category, 827 points there. So right now, we've still got another swimmer left in the pool, S3. So we'll wait and see what that point score is when he completes the race. But currently, it is the swimmer from Hong Kong, Sun Lok, with the highest point score here. We do have one more heat of our men's 200 metre multi-class World Para Series to go to try and secure a spot in tonight's final.
I wonder if that is his world record, because his entry time is a 1:56.76. So, you know, if that's what the 1,000 points is, I reckon he's only up against himself for those points. But people watching from all over the world. It's fantastic. Saying that, I'd just like to give a big shout out to my mum and dad in England. Billy and Paula Purvis. They've been watching during the night in England, so yeah.
So the S14 category 200 metre freestyle record is held by a Brit, Sam. You'll be happy about that. Reese Dunn, world record of 1:52.40.
Wow, that's a bit quick, Reese. He obviously hasn't journeyed over, though, this weekend.
And our swimmer from Poland, Krzysztof Lechniak, has just come and finished off his race. Well done.
Now, as we mentioned before, we do have a birthday in this event. So Bailey Stewart, representing Australia, swimming out of lane 7 here. Happy birthday to you. 200 freestyle on the cards today. Let's see what he can do this morning. And whether or not we can sneak a final tonight, that'd be super exciting to do on your birthday, I am sure. So once again, happy birthday, Bailey, as the boys turn into the second lap of this 200-metre freestyle. It's 4 laps in total. It really comes down to the second 100 here. The first 100 is just about setting yourself up, finding that pace, making sure you stay on it, hit those walls hard, and then bring it home in these last 2 50s.
Well, these green caps of our Australians are commanding this race at the moment. Bailey looked pretty good there on that turn. I think he's on for a PB. I don't want to call it too soon, but he's looking pretty good.
I think over here in the commentary section, we've learnt not to call things too early, because guaranteed as soon as you do, everything goes wrong.
Yeah, I hope I'm not some kind of Jonah there, you know.
As the boys turn for their final lap of the 200 freestyle men's para world series, it is still Jack Ireland, the swimmer from Australia, out in front, charging down the pool. Now, there are a lot of S14 classifications in this race, which means whoever hits the wall first will get the highest point score from those boys. And that person in the S14s will be Jack Ireland, 936 points. So remember that world record, 152. He's only 2 seconds over it, so that's a lovely heat swim from Jack this morning.
That's amazing.
And a PB from the birthday boy, Bailey Stewart, only by 2
They're all very
hundredths
high
of a
scores.
second, but
Yeah,
wow.
0.2 of a second personal best for Bailey Stewart, so that's a nice way to kick off your birthday.
But you know, 936 points, that British guy, he might be, you know, quaking in his boots there.
I think we've got
Thinking it's gonna
such an
go.
exciting team really shaping up for Paris this year. We're going to definitely put our best foot forward and come home with, I'm sure, a lot of bling around the necks of these para athletes.
Now for the women's 200 freestyle.
And then we have event 86, the 200-metre freestyle multi-class World Para Series now.
Heat 1 in the water now. It's a sea of those green Aussie caps. Just one swimmer representing Hong Kong in the mix in Heat 1. We'll see a few more of those international athletes performing in Heat 2. But for now, let's sit back and watch these girls complete one of the tougher races, the 200 freestyle. Not because of sheer distance or sprint, but because it's in between. There's no point in a 200 freestyle where you can really ease up and relax, but it's also too tiring to absolutely max it from the beginning. So it can be quite a challenging race to pace and to set up. And the training for this event is grueling. It's a lot of pace 50s, holding very, very tough times with short rest.
Yes, swimmers sometimes meet in the middle, don't they? You get your 100-metre swimmers that branch out to the 200 and your 400 swimmers like Ariane coming down to the 200, which I would imagine would be an easier way to do it. But I guess there's no easy way.
Yeah, I think especially when you get to such an elite level, it can also be really easy to get caught up in that front end speed. And I think that's where those distance swimmers become unstuck. They try and go out with those sprinty girls and they can't use their endurance background as much. But there's a great race going on here between our middle lanes. It's Maddie McTurnan and Jade Lucy, both the Aussie girls in green caps. They're both S14, so it will be a race to the wall to see who can score the most points in Heat 2.
What a great fight from these two girls. Do you think they're holding anything back for tonight's final? Or they don't look like it. I think it's a game on.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question you ask, because I know a lot of our athletes on day 3 will try to conserve a little bit of energy, but I guess there's so many unknown factors within the para swimming. You don't know the performances that the other girls are going to do, so you need to secure as many points as possible. And I think it's also really great practice for these girls to perform well in a heat swim, because when you get to that high level such as the Paralympics, there is no holding back in the morning. If you hold back in the morning, you're not going to get a spot in that final.
There in lane 7, you see the coach helping his swimmer with her start. He was having to lean over that kicker. I can't imagine that being very uncomfortable, but he did a great job.
Yeah, there's so many specifics to how these athletes can get the best out of their performance, even with their different classifications. So you will notice the swimmer Pinzu Yip in lane 7. She's an S2 swimmer. So without the use of her legs there, she can't dive off the block. She also struggles to get a lot of push off the wall. So that's why you'll see those coaches or the carers of these people utilizing themselves, and they're putting their bodies on the line really to help these guys get the best possible start that they can. There's also a lot of specific rules around the way they do this. Obviously, they can't be giving them an advantage, giving them extra push-off or kind of throwing them. You'll see some of the ones who are unstable on the start block, they'll have a carer or a coach who holds them and then releases them at the beginning of the race. Now, that has to be a very clean release and make sure that they're not pushing those athletes and giving them any advantage possible.
Ruby Storm looking very good out here in lane 4. Ruby was from Traralgon. Traralgon has a fantastic multi-class program there, covering all that kind of Gippsland area for their multi-class swimmers, and they've got a very established program there. Ruby now trains up, I think she's at Bond University up on the Gold Coast. A bit sunnier up there, but you know, still the same 50-meter pool.
Yeah, Ruby's an absolutely great human, fabulous to talk to. Was having a chat last night just before her relay to finish off with in the evening. She's looking a little bit tired, hasn't been super happy with a lot of her performances this week, but they're still in pretty hard training, so she wasn't too upset. She did recently come and get to compete at the Victorian Country Championships held down in Traralgon, the club that she used to race for when she was living back in Victoria, and she just said that she had the most fun returning. She'd forgotten what country championships was like and really enjoyed her time being back, getting the ability to see all her coaches and all her old friends. And that's the thing about swimming, it's you can always come back to your roots and see all those people from where you grow up and experience that, and yeah, like we talked about earlier, have those friendships that remain for life.
Pinju Yip there, fast stroke rate. She has had that stroke rate for the whole of that race. It's amazing to keep that stroke rate up. Keeping in a straight line too, you know, dead straight. Being able to look up at the ceiling here at MSAC. Sometimes it can be disconcerting when you're swimming a 50-metre pool, especially when there's no roof. Backstroke, really hard to keep in a straight line. Coming up for that third turn. It's always good to feel like you're on that last lap. Not one of my favourites, the 200 freestyle. Obviously, Pinju Yip doing backstroke because, like I said before, it's freestyle, so you can use any stroke you like. So sometimes swimmers want to do a time trial, do 100 fly or 100 back. They can enter a freestyle event and do that because it is freestyle.
Now, just a fun fact for those watching at home, Pinju is actually the world record holder in this event. Her entry time of 4:41.46 is the current world record for the S2 classification.
Well, then she's just racing against herself, isn't it? It's like, you know, going against your own time. She'll know if she's on form or not. Still racked up those points though, 702.
But it was Olivia Jabłońska from Poland that had the top score for that heat at 7:24.
We've got a pigeon who just got into the pool there. We'll have to wait till make sure he doesn't go in with anybody else in the lane. Uh-oh, he's going back. He's going back in. Oh, you can just see him there down the bottom of your screens on the left. Keep an eye on him.
And that's outdoor swimming for you. Can't control the wildlife, can't control the weather. All you can control is what you do in the pool and how you perform.
He just seems to have settled down there nicely, cooling himself off.
Well, it is getting hot.
Yeah, well, here's the men's 200
Out
freestyle. This is the last event of this morning. I guess that's how it's followed suit. Riley Blitz there in lane 3. I love that name, Blitz. blitzing this race. But we have Bud in lane 4. He's an S14. He's taking this out. There's only one heat of this, is that right? Oh, there's 2 heats. Yeah, not being on our programme this morning. They must have just... The printer must have given up the ghost 1 page early.
This will be our final event on this morning's program though. Our women's 1500 metre freestyle event 89 timed final. We were meant to be having 1 heat of that this morning, but it has now gone through to a straight final, so all 10 of those athletes will come back and race it in tonight's final session, meaning that once these boys finish, we just have 1 heat left, 1 event to swim for this morning's session. As Declan Budd, the swimmer from Knox Pymble there, score of 811 points, finishes in a 2:00.55. That is just margins out, hardly any distance away from his personal best entry time of 2:00.40. The other boys come into the wall there. That 811 points looks like it's going to be difficult to match. Brendan Hall there in lane 5, sitting with the second highest point score of 673. And that brings us to our final race of our heat session for our final day, day 3 of the Victorian State Open Championships. The men's 200 metre freestyle for our Victorian Open multi-class event. We've got 5 swimmers swimming out of this heat. All the way between 13 years old up to 26. So once again, doubling the age of the youngest athlete in the pool. You'll see that light at the start in lane 3. That's there for James Logan, one of our deaf athletes, so he can see when to begin the race. As they get up and racing, it's Jake Michelle of Carina Leagues, who's taking it out quickly. He's got that nice white water behind him, a sign of some good freestyle kick. We don't want to have massive high splash. We don't want lots of knee bend in our freestyle kick. You want to keep it small and fast and have those beautiful white bubbles out behind you.
Kelvin Tran there in lane 6. Oasis Otters have had a few swimmers here this weekend. James coaching out there in Dandenong.
Yeah, one of our smaller clubs here in metropolitan Melbourne, but definitely one of the friendlier ones too, and lots of lovely athletes racing for Oasis Otters. They've got a really good multi-class program going. Lots of athletes here at these State Open Championships competing. As the boys come around to turn at the 100 metre mark, halfway through. Often this third lap where that pain sets in a little bit, you'll sometimes see athletes just drop the pace here, slow it down so they've got something left in the last 50.
Yeah, they're all doing very well this morning.
And Jake turning around to do his last 50 at a time of 1:38.52.
Yeah, so he's got a 2:10 PB there, so it could be possible if he comes back in a 32 seconds, so... We're at 2:05. He could do it. Ooh, one stroke, about 1 stroke out, 2:12. Still not too far off his PB. Lane 3, James Logan from Geelong. Another great programme for the multi-class. Kelvin, 2:29. Again, just slightly off. So they've swum very well this morning in that second heat, but just slightly off the personal best times. Except little Cooper Harrington there, 13 years of age. He takes 6 seconds off his personal best. So there you go, Cooper, well done.
And that concludes our heat session on the final day of the Victorian State Open Championships. My name is Kayo. I'm joined this morning with Anya and Sam. Thank you guys so much for viewing, and we look forward to having you back for our final night of finals this evening at 6 p.m.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank
It's
you.
been lovely doing the commentary with you this morning. And
Over the weekend, it's been great. The weather's been great. Swimming's been great. And we're looking forward to the final.
yeah, I'll be watching you, Kalia, from home.